Global infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power.
Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it! I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian. Oh, baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everybody! Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast. If you don't want to order here, how you guys doing? Sorry, I felt weird with Stash on the left of me on the right when it's never been.
That was weird.
That was very weird. How you guys doing? It is season 2, episode 15, I believe.
Yes.
Man, we're back. We're back from PAX. Unfortunately, we are down a bird.
Mhm.
It is what it is. He may or may not call in tonight. He's doing something fun, a little birthday action for his birthday, actually. So first off, happy birthday, Game Bird.
Hell yeah.
Welcome to getting around the planet one more year. So yeah, he may or may not pop in later. We'll see. But this is what we got right here. We got a great core here. We have 3 people who played games at PAX West, 1 who didn't, who probably's got a billion questions about it. So that's always good. We need someone to ask questions because, like, sometimes we're like, what are we supposed to say about this stuff? I don't know. Controversy today hitting the internet over Star Wars Outlaws.
Controversy on the internet? Whoever saw that coming?
Let's just say I was right. It is what it is. We'll get to that later. That could almost be
I was right.
Yeah. So it's Thunderstash. Like, anyways, we'll be talking about that later because oh boy, we're a little fired up over that topic. We were getting so fired up. We were talking about it before the show, and Stash like we probably should stop. This is great entertainment for the podcast. Anyways, speaking of entertainment, Nintendo Direct next week. Again, something we talked about last week with the rumors popping up from Switch Force saying the 12th. Obviously, attack the backlog and Nash Weedle as well. Well, the ultimate, if he says it, it will come, has spoken. And that is Nate the Hate, who has said, yes, the Nintendo Direct is next week and will be on the 11th or 12th. So there we go. Nintendo Direct next week. You know, in Switch Force we trust. Hashtag trust Switch Force. Nash Weedle being pretty accurate again. Although he did backtrack a little. No 40th anniversary Direct, he's saying now. He's saying it's probably part of the general Direct, or maybe they're doing them back to back, or maybe something else. There's some light, faint rumors out there from some people that maybe there's a delay being caused due to the Mario movie not being ready. I don't know, in terms of the trailer being ready, because that was going to be part of it. I have no idea, of course. We're talking about an event that was never announced. The only thing we know for sure, and the one thing that Switch Force has been very consistent on, is that the next event is the general Direct, and that's next week. So there we go. Assuming the Direct happens on Friday, we are obviously going to do a bonus show that day. We'll be down a Stash for that show, unfortunately. Although he also might call in.
Maybe. Depends on what time it is. Like I said, I don't know that they're going to be up as early as we're up.
Now, some of the bonus podcast, because there's a chance you might be at the direct. Yeah.
I'll probably pop in. We do a podcast tonight.
Yeah. We'll probably do a bonus podcast. It's supposed to be
party.
Yeah, it's the biggest Nintendo Direct of the whole era, right? Like the biggest of like the Switch 2 era, because we haven't had one since Switch 2 came out. So obviously we'll do a bonus podcast. So probably down a stash for that, although he might call in for a little bit. Especially if there's like a particular topic or a particular game he'd like to chime in on. That said, we're gonna have a great one here. Now, let's go around and introduce ourselves. First up, we have Eric Moore.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm Eric Moore.
Yeah. We got the Deacon himself, that's Tom McDowell.
What up? Happy to be here again, pre and post.
Yeah,
that's right. He was here before PAX, here after PAX. We played a lot of games of PAX, guys. Stash compiled like this huge list that he sent me on a document. Then I realized, hey, I also played FC26. That's not on the list because no one else played it but me. Who cares about that game, right? I'll tell you right now, It's a little rough around the edges, but a very old build. I really don't think we're going to be talking about the game later. Just letting you know, it's a very old build. What that means for launch, I don't really know because we saw what EA did with Madden, which is fine. It's okay. It's just not. It feels like it should be better. That's all. That's all I'm going to say. Then we got Thunderstash Gaming, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's me. I'm here. I'm excited. I feel like I just saw you guys like a day ago or something.
It was like it wasn't yesterday morning, the day before, the night before. Yeah. Crazy.
I know. No, I'm really I'm excited to discuss all these games. We played so many games, guys. It's not a vacation.
No.
PAX was never intended to be a vacation. That was never the intention. It's work, but it's fun. Because what we get to do is fun. And getting to hang out and do it together is fun. But it is like very seriously work because we are recording literally the whole time. Like I didn't have my phone probably 90% of the trip.
It was Michaela texting me from your phone.
Yeah.
I'm like, what's the point of getting on social media? Like we're recording everything. We're super busy. So and that's the funny part is that once you get home, then the real work begins.
Oh my God. I woke up at 7 a.m. today and I haven't stopped. And I had like a doctor appointment, some other stuff I had to go to, but literally, and Yulia knew. I talked to her a little bit, like, when I get home, that like, hope you enjoyed spending that time with me because you might not see me for like a week. Like it's gonna be crazy. Because guys, I'm doing impressions as well. In case you guys didn't know, I'm not going to do as many as Stashes because he covers all consoles and he'll be doing a lot of impressions on stuff. But I am going to be covering all the big ones, the ones that were at the Switch 2 event that we were able to go to for sure, because they had a behind closed doors thing that we were all able to attend. So that besides FC26, I'm not going to probably do a video on that, which is fine. It's whatever. I'm not the best person to judge that game, anyways. And I wasn't going to do a video on Star Wars Outlaws, but after everything that happened today, I feel like we were right. Video has to come tomorrow. So, because now I can put some direct feed capture because we weren't allowed to record Star Wars Outlaws there. And we knew days ago, handful of days ago, that this game ran great on Switch 2. We already knew. I don't know.
Yeah, we knew on Friday.
Oh God, we'll get to that. So our topics today that I don't even have open, but there's only two, and plus, if we need more, there's some dealer's choices, or we'll grab some stuff from the audience. But we have the Nintendo Direct. Figured we'd throw out some predictions today because we're doing bingo cards next week. And then we have all the stuff we played at PAX, which I didn't really put a lot of notes because that's just gonna be what we played. Right, we're gonna talk about it. We'll go in depth. If you guys have any questions, the audience, like any questions about any of the games that we bring up and play, be sure to super chat those in. We'll get to those questions while we're talking about those games because we played a lot. And there's even games you guys don't even know about that we played that you're probably going to be interested in after we tell you. We might even try to grab some trailers if we can for some of this, especially some of the indie titles that we didn't know we were going to want to play until we got there. Show you guys what's up with those titles, because while they may or may not be coming to Nintendo yet, we talked to some people and they want to bring it. So it's hard to get attention in the indie space. So they might get a little attention today. All right. So since we only have 2 topics, Stash, which one do you want? Which one are we going with first?
I'll take PAX West.
We'll do PAX West first. That means I'll take the direct stuff. That'll be the quote unquote last topic. Obviously, you guys can submit questions and sometimes they turn into topics. All right. Well, let's go ahead. What do you want to talk about with PAX West, man? It sucked, right? Do we start with the fact that hold on. I know how we start. This has to start because we already have the super chat in from Demonic Brawler. We all know. Bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, NHL hits. Let's make it happen. Bring them back. Well, you guys might not know. If you're looking at Stashman right now, you are currently looking at the 2025 PAX West Super Nintendo NBA Jam champion.
Was it like looking at Da Vinci do his art?
Dude, he even bled for it. He literally bled all over a controller.
He painted that controller red.
Dude, that controller was red. His finger was slipping all over. Still dominated. Yeah. To be fair, you had a couple really close ones. There were a couple times you could have lost. Yeah.
No joke. I got I've never had a blister on my thumb like that. I don't get blisters ever. The D-pads felt a little brittle for Super Nintendo D-pad. And I think it was after the second game, I looked down because I could feel my thumb like kind of pulsating. And I looked down, I'm like, oh my God. And it's just this huge blister on my thumb, like massive. And I was like, oh, geez. And so they got a Band-Aid, put a Band-Aid on. I was about to start game 3. I could tell that I had like minimal movement with the Band-Aid. So I'm like, I'm not wearing this. So I take it off. And of course, in the game, I'm not looking at my thumb. I'm not thinking about it. But all of a sudden, my thumb starts slipping all over the D-pad. And I look down, there's blood all over the D-pad. And I'm like, oh, shit. You know what I mean? And the guy I'm playing was already being really weird. You know what I mean? Like, it's the guy that I played in the semis that I beat the shit out of because he was talking shit. He was already being weird. I could just see him being like, oh, like this guy's over here bleeding. We need to stop the match or something. I could just see him doing it. And like Michaela's recording it. And I'm looking at her like giving her the eyes because she sees my thumb bleeding. And I just look at her and I nod like, no, don't say or do anything. Because I like literally that was my body language because I don't trust this dude next to me to try and get the match stopped. But yeah, my thumb's literally sliding all over the place. And if you've played Jam, right, you obviously need to make like sharp cuts in the game if you're actually competing. And every time I'm trying to make a sharp cut, I'm like sliding and slipping on my blood, and then I have to wipe it like while I'm playing after I make a shot, like when the ball's in the air, almost like, wipe the sweat off your hands, except it's blood. So, and it happened every game since that. Like every game it was bleeding. And yeah, so that was new. That was interesting. But yeah, I ended up winning. I went 7-0. I had one game where I only won by 5 points. However, I don't feel like, even though it was 5 points, I really did not feel like I was at any risk. It was double elimination tournament. And I didn't lose one, so I went 7-0. And I think the average win was around 40 points. Like if you average it out, because I had one game where I won by, I think, 65.
I was gonna say,
yeah.
Jeez.
So exactly like the Retro World Series, though. I think my average win differential was around 42 points.
Yeah, and I walked back over to Nate that one game, and it was like, it was not even halftime yet. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's like 60-some to 6.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I kept them under double digits for a half, which is I was trying to do.
Wait a
game
minute.
within
Wait a
a
minute.
game.
Wait a minute. Time out. So, because knowing myself, if I'm getting beat that bad, like we all come from the old school world. Once you hit 21, it's skunk. Like you're done.
Yeah.
Were they just like at that point? Were they just like, I gotta play out the rest of the game, or like could you just like casually put down the controller, walk away?
Oh,
still won.
well, the one guy, the guy, you guys know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I didn't catch his name. He wasn't too friendly, but I thought he might rage quit. I was actually hoping he would, because it would have been really entertaining, right? But at the same time, I also thought it was like an easy way out, and I was hoping like that he continued to take the ass whooping. So either way, I was like, whatever. I just need to focus on what I'm doing and not think about that right now. But he would have been the one to do it. The rest were pretty nice. One of the kids that I played, I think the first game, he said he had never got his ass, beat this bad in his life, and that the crazy part is like, I'm not even mad about it. This is just crazy. He's like, I'm just glad I'm part of this.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Just glad to be part of witnessing greatness.
And that was one of the closer games too, if I remember right. It wasn't like you
your very first
match
shit
on him.
Yeah, you were only
the first match I won by 11. The second, it was the second game.
Oh, okay.
With that guy.
Yeah.
And I think that one was 85-23.
Yeah, because he came back from the losers bracket, I believe.
Wow.
Yeah, and then you just waxed him.
Yeah, and then the series, I had the semifinals, and that was when I played the guy who made the comment about my live stream, and even though I wasn't live streaming, he made like this snide comment.
My mama? Huh?
I hope this is really entertaining for your live stream, and said something else.
Yeah, it is actually.
Yeah, and he was just getting so mad. I wish we had a camera on his face, because like I can see him, like I'm focused on the TV, but I can see him. And every time I do something that pisses him off, which was like the whole match, he's shaking his head and like just getting so mad. I'm like, oh my God, this is freaking gold, man. I wish we had this. But he's the type of person that if he saw himself on the video, he'd probably write into YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, really. Like he was super petty.
Oh wow.
Super petty. So but that was the semis. Went 2-0, absolutely destroyed him. Like made a point to really beat the shit out of him because he ran his mouth. And then the next game, the next series, I was supposed to play someone else for the finals, and remember they started paper rock scissoring to see who's going to play me in the finals for some reason. I don't even know what's going on. I'm like, I don't care. And I was only supposed to have to beat somebody once, and they would have to beat me twice because I hadn't lost. And then they changed the rules and said, no, it's going to be a 3-game series. They did that to me twice.
Yeah, we all were confused. Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, so I should have only had to have won 4 games, but now I have to win 7.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I don't even care. That's fine. Bring it on.
You want more?
You enjoying the slaughter that much? You want to be more of it? Sound like they play me again. They're suddenly on my level. That's not how this works.
Right.
Yeah.
He's
and
fatigued. Get him.
The guy I played in the finals was really nice. Nice guy. But yeah, I waxed him by I think 40 points each game. And it was that. It was really fun though. It was a really good time. I hope they have a jam tournament next year.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it's tournament edition. That'd be fun.
I'm the one game that was the closest. I think the reason why you felt like he was never in danger is he did get it down to 1 point a couple of times in the third quarter, but he could never quite get over that hump and take the lead. Because he would always like boom, shoot back up ahead 10, but then he would come back. So that's why you felt like you were never in any real danger, because when it did get tight, you just locked the fuck up.
Yeah. And I was also just like, here's the thing, like I don't practice Jam on Super. I don't play it at all. In fact, I hadn't played it since I played in the 2022 tournament. So I'm like literally working off Rust while I'm playing in a tournament. So you just never know how that's gonna go, right?
Yeah, you never know. You never know.
Yeah.
Tell me you used your you used your world famous line. I'm just disappointed.
Did I at any point?
Yeah. Should have used it on that cocky fucker that was fucking pissed.
Yeah, I should have.
I would have sat down the controller and be like, I'm just disappointed. Looked right at him and said nothing else.
I was disappointed though in him with how he was acting. It's like, what is wrong with you, bro? It was weird. Like, it was very odd. He was giving off some real weird energy.
Yeah, and I think
And,
the
I'm
people
sitting right next to him. I can sense it, and I didn't like it. I'm like, I need to just squash this fool and send him on his way home.
you could tell the person commentating hadn't really seen this game play much because he kept saying it's like a Street Fighter brawl out there. I'm like, yeah, welcome to Jam. Welcome to Jam. Right.
Yeah, that guy was funny.
The Hornet.
Yeah, so I will say that we have it all recorded. We wanted to live stream it. Service not good.
Good.
No.
But
Yeah.
it's all recorded. N64 Josh did commentating on it as well.
Yeah.
So he recorded the big screen because it was on the projector screen, and then Michaela did a recording as well. So that alone was like 150, 200 gigabytes.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So again, I know a lot of people have asked you, Nate. They've asked me as far as posting PAX videos. I just want everyone to know that each night at the hotel, I'm offloading all the footage from my phone onto my external hard drive. Then I'm converting all of them to MP4 so I can actually throw it into the editing software and start editing. The last batch I just finished doing like an hour ago, and that was with me offloading every night.
Yeah.
So there's just an insane amount of footage we're going to go through, but it's all good footage that we can voice over and probably knock these videos out pretty quick so you guys can see everything we did. And it's all 4K, 60 FPS
Same
with
over here.
HDR, which is the only way.
All right. So now that we're done with the Jam, just had to get that out of the way because you are the champ. We got to recognize greatness.
Right.
What else you want to talk about with PAX? Because we did a lot.
Yeah, so maybe we started off. I have the list here. Kirby Air Riders.
Mm-hmm.
And Michaela and I walk in, and so we get in an hour early for content creators on the opening day, which was very nice. And I was like, all right, babe, let's just shoot some footage, get some B-roll stuff. And right when I walk in, all of us, there's the red glowing in the distance. You see Nintendo, and whatever your game plan was, you have to like press the pause button because Nintendo's right there. There's nobody there, and maybe I can walk up and play even though there's no one else playing, right? And so sure enough, I walk over there.
Walks right in the fucking booth.
Yeah, I just walk right in. I didn't think anything of it, and I just dive right into Kirby, and then I didn't realize there's a line now for Pokemon AZ, but I just walk from Kirby right to Pokemon, and I guess I skipped a whole line. I don't know, but I just walked right over there and started playing Pokemon. That was the first thing we all did, right? Is playing Kirby and Pokemon.
First thing I played was Elden Ring and
Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy. Yeah. And then I played Kirby and Pokemon right after that.
Well, as far as Kirby goes, look, I was excited for it, but I think it was like a level excitement. You know what I mean? Like it was pretty in check. After playing it, I'm like, bro, this game's so good. This is so much fun. Like, right? So the gameplay, the different modes, all great. City Trials is a freaking blast. The music is phenomenal. Graphically, the art style looks great. There's a lot more depth in the controls, right? Like the power sliding. That's something that's not really, I feel like it wasn't talked about enough for how important the power sliding is.
Is Gamebird, is your audio coming through here? Let's see.
Let me figure out my audio. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You're phoned in live on the Nintenbyte Podcast.
Oh, how are we doing?
Okay, he's calling in through Discord, guys, so it's a little rough. Birdman, you're alive over there?
Yeah, dude. I'm on the road right now. I tuned into the show. I just listened to the whole NBA Jam story. I obviously missed the tournament, and man, I feel even worse about missing it because it sounded freaking epic.
Legendary. And it's funny too, there were so many of us there watching Stash. Everyone's like, what is going on? Why is there so many around Stash? He's the fucking man over here dominating.
Dude, that's brutal. I can't wait to see the footage of it. I love the fact that just the blood-soaked NES controller and the poor sport, like the pissed off ego. Love it.
Yeah, dude. That
style, man. 90s tournament movie right there.
right? Yeah, you were talking about that obviously with Josh and his Mario Kart tournament.
Which was epic. The final showdown against Twins was epic.
Yeah, for everyone wondering, so Josh was in a N64. Josh was in a Mario Kart 8 Deluxe tournament, and they did really well, and they made it to the finals. They didn't win, but they played twins in the finals, and these guys, identical twins, same posture, same everything, same mannerism, all of it. And we're just like, like, I look at Gamebird, I'm like, bro, I'm like, those guys are twins. He's like, what? He's like, and he looks, he's like, oh shit, they are. I'm like, dude, they might be in trouble, but they might be in trouble, man.
We were both like, this is bad. This is bad.
Yeah.
A couple of ringers walking up there. Look out.
And it was, to be fair, it was bad. It didn't go. Yeah. Josh is so good at Mario Kart 8. I was blown away by his level of racing and watching him and his friends, because it was team battles, go through. And, there were some close calls, but just that skill level. And then to see two gnarly identical twins show up in the final round and be like robots, ESP was insane. They didn't stand a chance. I hate to say that. They didn't stand a chance. It was insane.
Yeah, you're right. The ESP was off the scale. And also I learned another thing. I didn't realize that they brought their own controllers. Because everyone was using GameCube controllers for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which already threw people off. And then Josh had told me they brought their own controllers. I'm like, they did? I was like, what'd they bring? He's like, Switch Pro controllers. I'm like, oh shit. Wow. How'd they know? How'd they even know? Because no one knew going into the tournament that you're using a GameCube controller, right?
Yeah.
Unless someone tipped him off. I don't know.
Maybe they do that tournament every year. I don't know.
Maybe.
Did one have a white top with the black sticks, and the other one had the white or the black top with the white sticks, like they were yin and yang,
Right? they could have.
But I did say how gnarly it would have been if they were if it was time for time and they have the headbands and karate gi and stuff like that.
No, it was one of those.
Gnarly.
I walked over there. I got there right when the finals were starting, and I just took one glance and saw the twins, and I'm like, they're fucked. They're so. They might as well just put the controllers down. I'm just like, I haven't even seen these guys play a match, and I can just tell we're talking about ranked players here. is what just walked up to the console at a random conference.
Right.
Yeah, they're fucked.
What do they call that? Aura farming? They were aura farming.
It'd be like there being a Smash Bros tournament there, and then Hungry Box just walks into the finals. Fuck, it's it's over. Why? I mean, you're just happy to be there and fight them and get your ass whooped for a match.
Oh my god. Well, hey guys, I only got like 10 minutes, so I know you guys were going to jump into packs. I don't know if there's anything that you wanted to ask me. But I do want to shout out to the audience. I did get tons of footage, mostly from day one for the Nintenbyte pack vlog. It's going to take me some time to put it like Stash already said and Prime already said. There's so much footage that we got from our time at the show. It's going to take a little bit of time, but I'll be hard at work on that as well as some impression videos. But we played so much stuff. I've had to look back at your list, Stash, over and over again, because I had a buddy ask, well, what did you play? And I was just brainstorming there. I was thinking of 5 things, but I'm like, dude, I know I played 5 times that,
Right.
But,
yeah.
Is there anything specific you guys were going to jump into real quick? I could just chime in on here and there for the next 10, 15 minutes while I drive.
I actually had a question.
The whole time I can listen in as well.
Sandstorm's got a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
So like a dad who left decades and decades ago to go grab the milk, and I haven't seen him since, and he shows up out of nowhere and says, "Hey son, I'm sure you have a bunch of questions for me." And I look at him and I say, "Just one. What happened to Elden Ring?"
Elden Ring was I was wrong. I told my buddy the first thing I played was Pokemon, but it was actually Elden Ring. I only played handheld. I didn't get to play dock. I know Stash got to play dock and handheld. And I gotta say, man, it looks great. Looks fantastic. As far as performance goes, I had asked when I got there, and I know we ended up getting updated information later. I asked one of the Nintendo staffers immediately, how old is this build? They didn't know. They told me that they weren't sure. So I was expecting a pretty disastrous experience based off of a lot of the headlines that we've been seeing over the last couple weeks. Elden Ring is a complete nightmare on the Switch 2, or the Switch 2 version of Elden Ring runs horrendous. And you know what? It didn't run too bad. Full honesty, man. It ran not too shabby. Listen, was it perfect? No. Did it run as well as it currently runs on the PS5? No. But did it run kind of similar to how the game ran at launch? Absolutely. Maybe it's slightly worse than that, but to call it a disaster, I tried out one of the new classes and I was going at it at that first, for anyone who's played, I forget the name of the kind of boss that you first run into, right when you enter that open area and he's mounted on the horse and has the giant golden shield. And I took a handful of stabs at it before I moved along. And I got my ass whooped a couple of times. I got a fourth of its health off, or maybe a little bit more than that. It wasn't too jarring. So I believe it was either Prime Dash who asked another staffer later, or maybe it was in their private meeting that you guys asked, and they at least confirmed, if I'm correct, that the build is newer than Gamescom. Am I remembering this correctly?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe it did run as bad as they say, but all I can speak on is my experience. My experience was pretty close to how it launched. Maybe a little bit below that.
Okay. Stash, was the dock version any better?
What's interesting? And this is something that I think you're going to hear consistently, is that handheld mode is really smooth. For instance, Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Mm-hmm.
Really smooth and handheld. Like, it's smooth on TV, but there's something that makes it feel a little smoother and handheld. Elden Ring, same thing. Star Wars Outlaws, same thing. Would you say same thing on Outlaws, Nate?
Yeah. I don't know if we want to dive into Outlaws quite yet, but yeah.
Yeah, no. That's not.
That's gonna be a whole thing.
So Silk Song as well. I played that in handheld. I went to the graphics settings and I put it into 120 frames per second. It wasn't set as that at Nintendo. Did you know that?
Yeah, in the handheld it wasn't. Yeah, no.
No, I mean it wasn't docked either. So I asked if the TV is 120 hertz. So
yeah, dock probably was defaulting to 4K 60. Was probably what they were doing.
So I tested it out on that too. But point is that yeah, as far as handheld, it felt like it ran almost better. So I think with the Switch 1, right, when we're in handheld, Switch 1 is like, oh, it might not run as well. Switch 2, it feels like it could run better.
I think I here's the thing. I didn't play docked mode, but I did watch Stash play. And I did handheld, and just watching and reviewing my own footage, I think it was technically performing better in docked mode, but and you can't quote me on this because I don't know, because the game's not here. We don't even know when it comes out. It could have something to do with variable refresh rate. People always think of variable refresh rate in terms of like, oh, getting to 40 FPS or whatever. Actually, the number one use case for it is to actually smooth out how it feels when frames drop. Yeah. And variable refresh rate is not even available in docked mode. So that's an advantage that Nintendo Switch 2 has for handheld over docked, is that you can have that VRR running. And there are people saying that, oh, something at 30 FPS can't have VRR. Yes, it can. You run it in a 120 hertz container, which, yes, clearly the Switch 2 supports that when it has 120 hertz on its screen. So, yeah, you can run variable refresh rate at 30 hertz. It's just, the only reason to do it is so if it drops from 30 to 25, it's a smoother drop. So it feels better than it does. It's a bit more jarring, going from 30 to, say, even 30 to 27 in docked mode. And again, this is obviously all unfinished games. The only game that we played and we'll get to this later, that was in a finished mode, and this shocks people based on the videos you guys saw today, it's Star Wars Outlaws. That was actually the launch version of the game. I have that directly confirmed by a guy who literally was there from Ubisoft, who worked on the port. It literally is the launch version of the game that we played. So
nice.
That's the only demo, though, that I can say that for. All the other demos were obviously older builds. And that includes Elden Ring. What we learned about Elden Ring, this was interesting because I didn't know. Yuli was asking me for a business card, and I'm like, why? Because I thought you were talking to a Nintendo rep, right? And those are just people that work on the show floor. Usually don't know anything. I turned around after my demo. Sure as shit, it's a big wig from Bandai Namco just standing right behind me.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
You have any questions? I'm like, well, shit, where the fuck is Stash right now? That's all they're doing. Stash is over there sniping Kirby and Pokemon Legends. And I'm over there like, I was not prepared at all for questions for this guy. So I'm like, yeah, how old's the demo build? And he's like, well, it's newer than Gamescom. I'm like, wait. That was last week. Hold up. A newer demo than Gamescom. Then I'm like, well, can you tell me exactly how old? He's like, I can't tell you exactly, but it is newer than the Switch 2's release date. I'm like, oh, so this is like fairly recent, this build. Not like obviously what it's going to be in its final state when it releases, but it's like, no, this is why, like, some people were saying that like the one at Gamescom was running rougher than the one at like the Fan Expo, and now the one here. And I'm kind of thinking here in North America, we just happen to have a newer build than the Gamescom had for some odd reason. Why they had different builds at those places, I have no idea. But yeah, to me, Elden Ring, it ran fine. I think people can other people that are playing it now can verify that Star Wars Outlaws ran better. But this is not like what I would call unplayable. If you're somebody who thinks 30 FPS is unplayable, then you might as well just never buy third-party games on Switch 2. That's just the way it is.
Facts.
But if you think 30 FPS is playable, this is a very playable version of the game, even with the dips. I never felt like the dips were preventing me from getting good dodges off and attacks in. And I know that we were playing an early portion of the game, and it's not the hardest section of the game by any means. But it's still, it's something that I think if you have never played Elden Ring before, you will find this to be enjoyable.
Yeah, like if the PS5 is unbeknownst to you, then like you've never played that version. It would be like, guys, it would be like if someone played Dark Souls on Switch 1 and that's their first experience with it. It's an enjoyable experience.
Yeah.
Right? You can play the game from beginning to end and not have issues with the performance. And I think the same goes for this. But again, this is going to bother some people more than others, right? Like in chat right now, Art Vandelay, our good friend Art Vandelay, mentioned that Josie Woe was at PAX.
Yep.
Said yep. She
came
up and introduced herself to us, which I didn't know who she was. I didn't know that was her. So that was nice. She was very polite. But she said Elden Ring wasn't good. That was her feedback.
Yep.
And for us, that's not my take on it. And I platinumed the game, man. So I know how I'm competitive at it too, is my point. And that I could have just beat the game, but I'm really competitive. And so I wanted to play the whole thing and get the platinum because I know it's a hard game. And that's why I wanted to get the platinum, because it's a tough game. I like hard games. I like old school tough games. And so if I feel like I can play it on Switch 2 and do that stuff, I think that holds a lot of weight, or at least it should.
Yeah. Guys, I agree with everything you're saying. Don't get me wrong. I do think 60 frames per second lends itself to Souls-likes just because of the challenging nature. But that being said, I mean, you guys make a great point. Like, if you've never played the game before and you're a Switch 2 owner, you know, there's a lot of people who don't have PS5. Like, from our experience, from my personal experience, this is going to be a solid place to play it. Might not be the most premium version of the game, but it's certainly playable. I didn't feel like this, like, not for a second in my time in that game was I like, this is bad. You know, I was like, hey, this isn't too bad actually. Was more of the vibe. But the other thing is, and this is the point that you made, Thunderstash, and I think that this is a really important one to kind of repeat, just so people understand, because I think people forget this as well. Is this is a hybrid console. There's going to be a trade-off. You know, you said that multiple times at the show on, you know, regarding Outlaws, regarding Elden Ring, and that's something really big to consider, because it's not something you could do with your PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X. You just can't. So yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a performance trade-off. You know, for a lot of people, that's a trade-off that's worth it. Like, I personally love the idea. Like, if Elden Ring was out and I had it on Switch 2, the fact that I could have played it on my flight to PAX is a huge win for me, even if it's not running at 60 frames, because I love the game.
See, that's the thing, man. Like, I was playing Shinobi on the way home, right? And I had just got the game from Sega. Thank you, Sega. And like, I have a PS5. I know the resolution's better on there. I know it's going to look a lot nicer. I'm well aware. Okay. However, to be able to play it handheld and on the go, and to be able to put in, you know, between the getting to the airport, like getting through security and actually sitting down, to about 2 or 3 minutes before we actually stand up to grab our bags out of the overhead storage, I was playing it. And I'm like, you know, this is important, because we are so busy. We have so many videos to make, and I was at least able to put a good sized dent in my review for this game. You know, if I didn't play it, if I bought it on PS5, who knows when I'd play it? That's the thing. You get to play more video games when you play it on Switch 2, because you can take it anywhere. But
it's also
notable. This has been the thing.
It's notable too that From Software doesn't use any sort of like of the popular upscalers out there. They are not using DLSS right now on Switch 2 for this version at all. And so I point this out because this game, people forget, because everyone was too busy touting it as Game of the Year, that when it launched, it was pretty rough on like every platform. And you know, some of the people I talked to, Gamer brought this up as well, kind of felt like it did at launch on other platforms, where like, yeah, it's playable, it's enjoyable, but it's a little rough around the edges. But that's something that like they always launch. Their games always launch this way. I don't know why. They just do. They always launch where like they're not fully optimized or something. So I suspect that there will be patches basically in the first 6 months that'll at least get us pretty close to at least the way Star Wars Outlaws feels, which is, I'm not gonna say a lock 30 FPS, but it's damn well nearly there.
I think they could do it. I think they just gotta support it, and I think From Software has a great track record of that. So I think they could do it.
Agreed.
But gentlemen, I gotta exit in like 5 miles. Would it be okay to touch on Pokemon real quick?
Yeah, dude, get your thoughts in on Pokemon, man. Go
yeah,
for it.
because that's my second question.
Cool. Yeah. So I just want to say, you know, we discussed Pokemon Legends EA on the podcast, you know, a handful of times. We obviously had a show following the big Pokemon presents that we recently had, or I mean, big is, you know, I'm sure that's debatable. And this is one that, like, obviously I'm interested because I enjoy Pokemon games despite my criticisms and gripes. I was already in on this game just because I know, regardless of the issues I have with it, at the end of the day, I'm still going to have fun with it. But, obviously, going in with some concerns. And this game ended up being my game of the show. I've been saying that. I still kind of feel that way. We'll see how, like, as the days pass and how PAX, you know, kind of marinates with me, how my feelings evolve over time. But I was so unbelievably surprised by the battle system, which at first, my first like battle or two didn't quite click. And I was kind of like, I don't know, it's all right. But then once I got to spend more time with it, and, you know, there's a special section in the demo where you get to fight a boss on a rooftop. It's a mega evolution battle. That's when everything clicked, and I had so much fun. And I just wanted to play more so bad. My hype for this game shot up. Granted, I still have questions about the city. You know, like, what's the city going to be like? Is it going to evolve over time? What are the side quests going to be like? How many Pokemon are there going to be? What are the new variants? That stuff aside, that's a mystery that's most exciting to discover when you actually play the game instead of being fed all of it. Like, the core change of this game, which is the combat system, is fantastic in my opinion. And I really hope this is not a one and done, because it is, you really have to think about positioning. I'm so interested to see how, like, those the nighttime ranked battles go as you get to, like, the higher level content or even the late game content, how challenging it gets, because you have to be really aware of where you are. You have to have your Pokemon avoid attack, use attack strategically. Your Mega Pokemon can attack your trainer, not just your Pokemon. So you have to dodge roll as a trainer, which in order to do that, you can't be locked on. You know, you have to unlock from the enemy or from the Pokemon and dodge roll and avoid the laser leaps and crap that are flying your way. It was just really cool. The game, the second part that really stood out to me is, you know, from like a visual perspective, I still stand by that. I think the art style in Pokemon is uninspired. That being said, despite the lack of like detailed textures or super creative art style, the game looked good and it ran insanely smooth. Like, so smooth that it was jarring because I've never played a Pokemon that played that fun. It was almost like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
Wait, this is a Pokemon game? What is a smooth running Pokemon game? What is that? We don't know.
I was taken aback by the lack of stop motion, to be honest.
Dude, I was waiting
But
so
yeah,
much
I
for a
wanted to say
stutter or a
that just
hitch.
because, like, I know Pokemon. It's such a divisive topic, and like I know there's a lot of people like there's people like me who are excited for it no matter what, but also have concerns or criticisms, and then there are people who are just straight up pissed, especially after the way Scarlet and Violet launched. So like I'm here to say, like, granted, we didn't see the Switch 1 version, so I don't want to speak for that. This does not apply. What I'm saying does not apply to Switch 1 in any way. But on Switch 2, it is buttery smooth. It looks clean, and the combat is a blast. And I wanted to play more. I wanted to get into more Pokemon battles. You know, it felt less, you know, like, especially for the early game, you know, once you know all the typings, you know the weaknesses, it's pretty formulaic. Whereas this, now it's like, oh, your trainer's going to be in danger. It's like, you have to move around. Like, I see, like, it's incorporating a new type of strategy for that action RPG that just goes above and beyond what we saw, at least from combat in the first Legends game. So those are my thoughts. I think Stats played it multiple times. I only played it once. I would have loved to play it again just to really soak up all the ins and outs of that battle system. But yeah, that's what I have on Pokemon. I'm excited.
Yeah, I was, you know, I said this on X and I'll say it again. I was not sold on this game. You guys know this if you pay attention to the podcast. I've said it on the show. The most intriguing thing they finally showed was when they had like the 4-player battle in the one trailer, an online battle or whatever. I'm like, ooh, this is really interesting to me. It piqued my interest, but I still wasn't sold on Legends EA. And I'm not quite sure if I'm sold that I'm going to love this game. But I am sold to buy it because the battle system was way more engrossing than I expected it to be. It almost feels like they made it for people like me that were tired of the way Pokemon's been, like just how it plays in general all these years. And I got to be honest, I have never liked Mega Evolutions, ever. I've always hated the entire concept of Mega Evolutions. And I know that that's an outlying opinion, and that is totally fine. However, I actually really enjoyed how Mega Evolutions worked in this battle. A lot.
Yeah.
Like a lot.
Yeah, they made a game out of it.
Yeah.
You know? It's not just press the button to Mega Evolve. You know what I mean?
There's strategy to it.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta ask a question then, because it seems like Gamebird is probably the most Pokemon fan out of all of you. Did you see another new Mega Evolution that they haven't shown yet?
No, unfortunately, no. It was like a 2-part demo. The first one was doing the nighttime ranking battles, which were like some basic battles, and then there was like a high level one that rocked me. It was a Pidgeotto, that's the other thing. I can't believe I forgot to mention this, which is really cool. So when you're doing the nighttime ranking battles, you can crouch and sneak, and actually sneak up behind the trainer and the Pokemon and do a first strike that does critical damage. The staffer, I didn't do it because I was trying to hurry. I wanted to make sure I didn't run out of time. They said like you're not gonna beat this fight, but had I done that, there's a possibility I could have beaten it, maybe, which was really cool. But I liked the idea. I'm like, oh, dude, that's such dirty Pokemon battling. That's straight up like Team Rocket,
Right.
taking up on a trainer and their Pokemon and like throwing a freaking Hydro Blast at them, like straight up evil. I love it. But yeah, no brand new Mega Evolution reveals or region variant reveals or anything like that. Unfortunately, it would have been cool to see.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was mostly a pretty closed demo with pre-scripted like what we're gonna play. There's a little section if you do get through the battle ranking system quick enough and actually beat everything, it does let you run around the city a little bit.
I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to. You didn't see it, but
were they mad at me?
Oh no. You didn't see it, but the second I was done, and the lady was talking to you, there was this guy that like basically sprinted up behind you and restarted the system really quick.
Oh,
Yeah, you didn't
wow.
see it. You didn't see it, but he just like sprinted up and was like looking around like, and then reset.
well, I don't know. I beat
reset the
it, and I
machine.
still had time left on my demo, so I started running around the town.
Yeah, and you stopped, and I was done, and the guy just came sprinting up, looked around, and like reset it.
I'm like, what? The game didn't turn off. I'm
Yeah.
going to keep going.
Yeah,
Oh wow. You were doing some stuff you weren't supposed to be.
Well, as Gamer said, like most people probably weren't even getting through the whole ranking. So that final battle, it's a little tough. Dude, I smashed through it. I thought it was all a joke.
Yeah, we all smashed through it, but they also told us that, and I was looking at the people around me because I like to be observant too when we go to these events to see how other people are responding to the game. And yeah, they weren't beating it, but
Yeah,
I think we
Are you
all
serious?
absolutely. Yeah, I'm dead serious. And the Nintendo
I didn't see
reps
that.
told me
I
both
smashed
times.
through it too.
Yeah, they told me both times
What?
that nobody was getting through it. Apparently, I'm like, interesting.
That's wild.
explain,
Yeah, no,
explain why
I
I got
smashed through
reset
it.
so quick.
I will say this though, it wasn't a very hard boss fight or anything like that,
Mm.
but it was fun and it was
Mhm.
exciting, even though it was, 'cause it was so different. It was so different than what you normally do in Pokemon.
I completely agree. That was the biggest takeaway is how much fun the battles are now. The fact that you're actually moving your trainer around and you have to avoid getting hit too, and you're constantly moving and planning out your attacks live. Like you can't just sit there and ponder which attack you're going to do
Right.
because you need to move out of the way as well and figure out which Pokemon to use against that Pokemon. Like, hey, this Pokemon's flying. I'm sure a lightning attack would be pretty shitty for that Pokemon, so I'm going to do that, right? You know what I mean? But you got to think on the fly, and it's a demo. So when you do it, it's like super effective. Like, yes, because you didn't have time to think about it either.
Right.
I love
I love
the
that.
live switching of Pokemon was too.
Yeah,
It's like
right.
instant. It was sick.
Yeah, it's so good.
Well, hey, my friend, I'm just got off the freeway. I'm about to be at the restaurant, so I'm wishing you guys a killer show. Thanks for letting me call in and just give a few thoughts tonight. I still want to be part of the show if I can, even in the rare occasion that I'm not there. Birthday dinner tonight.
Yeah, it's
at
birthday
Home
time, man. Don't you
Yeah.
worry.
Yeah.
You go
Yeah, I
you-
think
Happy
this still
birthday,
account. Happy birthday, and I think this still
Yeah.
counts for attendance. Okay.
There you go.
Hell yeah. All right, guys. Everyone in the chat, I can't see what you're saying because I've been driving, but I hope you guys have a killer show. I'll miss you all tonight, and enjoy the Nintendo talk with the Nintendo.
All right, thank you, man.
Thanks, man. Have a
Enjoy
good
your
night.
birthday dinner.
Happy birthday.
All right. Cool. Well, look
I'm
at
glad
that.
you got to call
Bro, I
in.
told you guys he might call in. Sure enough. He's driving. He's like, I got to do it.
Hmm?
It's getting too good. All right, Stash, your topic. What are we talking about next year?
Yeah, so just to, I guess, finish up Pokemon here. I loved it. I loved it. I already have it pre-ordered. I had it pre-ordered. You knew that. Nate, you were going into this hoping to be sold. What did I tell you the week before? You're going to walk away sold. I just knew it, right? But you did. You actually did. You said that to me. You're like,
Yeah.
I am sold that. I was happy to hear that because I was like, dude, this plays really good. Like Gamebird said, the graphics on it, God, this game is like so smooth.
Nice.
It's very nice. Yeah.
It's bad. I gotta say, it's bad that like we act like that's a good thing when it should just be expected.
Right.
This game is not like a looker. There's no reason it shouldn't be smooth even on Switch 1, but it's probably not. To be clear, we only got to play the Switch 2 version.
Mm.
So remember, this is a Switch 1 game. So like if it can't be smooth on Switch 2, there's no hope for Game Freak. So my question is it smooth on Switch 1? And I have serious doubts based on their history, but
Yeah,
we'll
but
see.
he wasn't even thinking about that.
Yeah,
Well,
we'll
here's
see.
here's hoping that they optimized as they went between both of the games.
Yeah. I mean, to put it out there, I'm probably one of the bigger like non-Pokemon fans on this podcast, and even I was having fun with it, and almost to the point where I might pick it up just to see how the rest of the game is. So it almost even sold me.
Almost.
I'm pretty positive it's actually I'm probably gonna pick it up just to see how it is.
Yeah, it's very good. Again, kind of scripted. Obviously, if you're fast enough through it like me, you'll get yelled at in the demo. So there's any future demos if you speed through the first part, and it's like one where not like at Best Buy, but one that's at an event like this. Where one thing you don't know about these demos is like sometimes these vertical slices of the game that are quote unquote scripted are actually just the game.
Mm-hmm.
And they put a timer on it, and it's just supposed to stop after so long. But if you speed through it, you can get to things you're not supposed to get to, which is what was happening to me. I'm like, and here's the thing. I got to say, speeding through it is probably why I actually didn't enjoy that first demo. The first, like it was the mega
first part,
is the mega one that sold me, because the first part, I'm like, this is one, okay, yeah, this is a fun battle. So this is too fucking easy. Like, there's not even time for me to enjoy the system because I'm just wrecking them like this. Like, I remember the weakness differences. Like, boom, boom, I need to get that Pokemon out. Oh, bam, you're done. Oh, give it the pity. Oh, I snuck up. Got my critical. You're already down 70%. Boom, one attack. You're done. And now I'm running free in the town. And that's the part where I'm like, oh, now this gets interesting. I want to see what the city's like. Yeah, well, that didn't last long. I didn't realize at the time that I wasn't supposed to experience that.
Yeah, but that guy came like running up afterwards, looked around, and then restarted it real quick.
Yeah, I just
luckily I didn't get yelled at.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what was I?
No. The person at the booth told him to just go ahead and wander around for a little bit, but then all of a sudden this guy just comes sprinting up after Nate just put the controller down because I think he was just done, and I was done then. And so, but there was a guy that literally came up and like looked around and reset the system, and I was like, "What happened?"
Well, yeah, I remember I got done, and I'm like, "Hey, could I keep going?" And she said, "Sure." So I was I was trying to go talk to some NPCs. I was doing some cool shit.
The guy didn't say anything, but he ran up and was like looking around and then like reset it really quickly.
And I remember glancing around me at other people playing, and I'm like, nobody's doing that. I'm like the only person out here. I'm not quite sure if I'm supposed to be doing this. I mean, there were people still stuck on like the second fight, which was like they both were jokes to me. I'm like, what are people like? I get that it's like Pokemon has a very casual appeal. They're that casual, man. I wanted to smash through and see what I could see. But dude, that's hilarious. He ran up and reset it because I wasn't supposed to be out there. That's awesome. Oh, the thing is, the worst. We have it all recorded.
No, we didn't. I think Yulia had stopped recording because you were done with the Mega Evolution.
The guy coming up to do it.
Yeah. So
that'd be hilarious.
So she quit recording there, and then it happened. I just happened to notice them come basically.
She quit recording after the Mega.
I think so. Yeah.
I
think so.
No,
almost positive.
I was doing some cool shit.
Yeah.
I destroyed it. So I don't. No.
Yeah.
How can that not be on footage?
I don't know.
You don't stop until I walk away.
Yeah.
You ruined it.
It happens.
To be fair, with Julia's first time ever recording.
First time, yeah.
She didn't realize that, like, you always leave the camera running until I walk away, period. You never know what you're going to get. Right. I literally could have had exclusive content right there that no one else has.
Yeah. One person in chat said they had got done with it so fast that they flew to a Pokemon Center and got yelled at by Nintendo.
That's hilarious.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you guys, like when you got done with that part of the demo, it was like you were just free in like the whole game.
So it was the actual game.
I think it was like the actual game and just like a save in the game.
That's not surprising because I feel like when we had the original Switch events, they had timers for Breath of the Wild too, and it was like, oh, you only get, I think it was 45 minutes. You only get 30 or 45 minutes. But like Nintendo's sneaky. They set it up so that like as soon as you get done with those, 3 areas on the plateau, it's like, oh, the game's done. Give me the controller. But I'm definitely sure that was like the final build of the game as well.
I remember I was trying to speed run it towards the end because I played it so many times. I'm like, okay, I want to speed run the shrines. I want to see if it's possible for me to get off this fucking plateau within the timer. And I remember when we had the meeting with Nintendo, I asked one of the reps, I was like, hey, is it possible to get off the plateau in this demo? And he just said, yes, very unlikely. And I'm like, hold up now. How many more times do I get to play this thing? As soon as I have every location of shrine is memorized, I have like this plan, like the shrine that's the longest to get to is the one that's at the top, right? The high up one. That's the longest one it takes to get to. I thought I already done each shrine already. So I was like beelining it to that shrine. But I went to the wrong side. Remember how there's the tallest peak and then the other one is the shrine? I went to the tallest peak and I'm like, fuck, there's not enough time left. So I turned the video into how many ways can I kill Link? Yep. If I hit that shrine, dude, I would have boom, boom, boom. I would have been done with all of them and I probably would have got off the thing for like a grand total of 3 minutes or whatever the fuck. But it would have been sick because I would have been the only person. I don't think anyone on the floor did it. At the time that I took down Stone Talus, they told me that I was the first person to do it. I also did it before Nintendo Treehouse did it, which is why when I put the video up, it blew up because Treehouse hadn't even done it yet.
I'm pretty sure they probably would have taken your controller away by the time you got to the paraglider.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. When I asked the rep, he said, I mean, technically.
That's why he said it's highly unlikely because they would have taken your controller away at that
They're all watching you at that point.
I think highly unlikely to me just meant it's very hard to pull it off within that time limit.
Yeah,
because
man.
But that's why I went to the one furthest away because I'm like, dude, it's so easy to come on the mountain. You shield surf, get to the top, get it done. You shield surf to the next one. You go boom, boom, boom. You can get the hell out. Dude, like everyone knows about Breath of the Wild. You could do that. You can get done with all 4 shrines and get off there in 20 minutes, easy.
Yeah,
but that's now. This is back when I was just trying to figure out where they all were. I was kicking myself that I climbed the wrong peak, and I was like, really? I'm up here with Nintendo, and now's when I mess up? I did all this cool shit down on the show floor. Now I'm up here with Treehouse employees, and now I'm messing this up? This is so dumb. Anyways, so Pokemon. Played great. Again, it's Pokemon. Like I expect to really enjoy this aspect of the game and hate the rest of it. That's what I'm going into the game with. Like, Arceus was rare to me. I enjoyed everything about that game. I don't know that I'm going to enjoy everything about this game because the things that I was still tepid on, I'm still tepid on. So just so happens the battles. I'm going to be honest. I haven't enjoyed Pokemon battling since like maybe Gen 2.
Yeah.
And even then, the last time I really enjoyed battling Pokemon was the Pokemon trading card game on Game Boy Color.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's not even real.
Yeah, right.
That's not even like Pokemon's card battling.
Yeah.
So, like, I literally have not enjoyed battle mechanics in Pokemon in so long. It's been just like the same thing on repeat. Oh, but they did Megas. Oh, they did Shinies. They did this. They did that. Like, I don't care. It's all the same.
Yeah.
It's get the Pokemon with the higher level. That's the weakness to the other Pokemon. It's all rock, paper, scissors. And then this happened. And you added live action elements to the combat that matter. And I can die.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This is interesting now. I never had to worry about dodging. I never had to worry about awareness. Like I remember one of the early fights in the very first demo, I came up to, I can't remember what Pokemon it was. I just kept running, like just taking my character and running circles around the plant in the middle. And the Pokemon kept like getting confused as my Pokemon just sitting there just blasting them. And his Pokemon's like, huh? What is going on? Well, why is he going in circles? Hilarious. It's like, no wonder I'm having such an easy time. Maybe that wasn't even the Pidgeotto fight. I'm like, well, no wonder this was so easy. I'm just kiting him. I'm like, there's kiting in Pokemon now? What? Playing this like an MMO over here. Let's go. Anyways, but yeah, I had a good overall time with Legends EA. So, and again, ran really, really well. If you're buying it on Switch 1, none of my impressions matter outside of saying the battle system's really good.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
All right. So we talked about Elden Ring a little bit. And again, we're gonna have impressions coming out. Gamebird hit on it a little bit, right? We played docked, played handheld. I put I think 250 hours into the game on PS5. I was there on day one, the day it came out. I've seen it through its first build to all the patches it's received, and I feel good about where it's at right now.
Okay.
For a hybrid system, knowing that this is not the final build, and that it's only going to get better from here. Like knowing that what we played is the foundation, it just gets better from here. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's the way it goes traditionally with FromSoft. Even if this is what it's like at launch, they always have performance patches. Always.
Always. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I played a little bit of Elden Ring on handheld, you know, the first, you know, during our media hour, and I've never really played any sort of Souls game like that, you know, at all, and I didn't notice anything, you know, that, oh my god, this is completely unplayable. I'm like, all right, I'm having fun. So, you know,
And you're
one of those
someone,
things,
and you're
yeah.
someone who's never played it
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. Like people who you're like the perfect example, like someone who doesn't know any better. You know, that was actually kind of true with Hogwarts Legacy on Switch 1. Like, yeah, everyone laughs at it, but there are a ton of people, like millions, who played it on Switch 1 that
Michaela
loved
loved it.
and didn't
Michaela
play it on
loved
anything else. You like if you don't know what you're missing,
Hmm.
you don't care. You just enjoy what's there.
She knew though too what she was missing.
Mhm.
Because I have it on PS5, right?
It so much looks better looking at PS5.
Yeah, but she still really enjoyed it. Like, yes, she knows that it does not look anywhere close to as good on Switch 1.
Yeah.
And doesn't run anywhere close to as good. However, it is still fun. And that's what matters at the end of the day, right?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's a great game. You know,
It is. It is. They did a great job with that. The days of huge licenses like Hogwarts Legacy, Harry Potter being terrible games, thankfully are behind us.
Thank goodness.
The LJN days, right?
Yeah.
All right. So Borderlands 4. Played that at Nintendo at the private showing. This was on the floor too. I don't know. Was the Switch 2 version on the floor, guys? Because I
which
didn't
games?
even for Borderlands 4.
Switch 2 version was on the floor.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I'm sure it was in the Nintendo.
I
Yeah,
didn't
it
even
was.
look because obviously I knew we were going to be playing it.
It was there
Um,
though. Yeah.
So we played it docked. Got tons of footage. We got tons of footage of that. Really good footage. And yeah, look, of all the versions, right? The Switch 2 version is going to perform the least best. And I word it that way because I don't want to use the word worst because it was fully playable. However, this is an older build.
Yeah.
They let us know that.
Yep.
Presume it's only going to get better from here. Point is, though, I had fun playing it, and I could have kept playing it. And like Nate, you noticed hitches.
Yep.
Not a ton, but there were points where there were hitches, and like I notice it when I'm playing. However, it didn't bother me while I'm playing because like I'm having fun, but I'm also focused on like playing the game. They threw you into a very intense firefight on a higher difficulty, he said. And honestly, I haven't played Borderlands in a very long time. And I'm holding different controllers like all throughout the day.
Oh, dude.
You know, so
dude.
yeah, like
You wanna
please,
talk
can we
about
all
that
use
when
the same
you
back
go to
button?
Yeah, when you go to these events, guys, and you're playing all these demos and trying to get all these hands-on impressions, like it's almost like every 20 minutes you're holding a completely different controller, and it just really throws you off, and you're like you can never really settle in on anything.
Yeah, and that's how it is reviewing games on like I do on multiple platforms. Like sometimes it's very annoying, sometimes it's not as annoying, but either way, I hate it, and I wish we could all just use the same. Like have your layout, but can we please have the same buttons do the same things?
Yeah.
Can we have a universal back button, please?
Nope.
That's the biggest one for me. But at any rate, yeah. So you notice some hitches, and like I did. However, they didn't make it a poor experience for me. Do I know that it will run significantly better on PS5? Absolutely. So again, this comes down to, do you want to play this on the go? If you do, you get it on Switch 2 and you can play it on the go. And it will, again, I didn't play it in handheld because they didn't have it handheld. But based on how the other games are performing in handheld with the VRR, I gotta imagine that it's gonna run fine. So everyone's got to make their own decisions, right, guys?
Yeah. Like I said, the hitches that I noticed. One reason they didn't throw you out is it was the whole game. It wasn't just the player. It wasn't like the player hitched and then the enemies were still going attacking you. No, the whole game did. Like everything would pause. That usually is a memory leak. That's like if you know anything about PC games, like that's memory leak. That's something that like shouldn't probably be there at launch. That's the sign of a game in development. Used to experience those kind of hitches all the time at demos at E3 back in the day. Sometimes they would have those hitches. Again, this is the thing about these demos. They're always mostly always unfinished products that are still in development. So there's going to be like this stuff's going to be expected. And the thing is today, the way social media works, you see that and you go, oh, the game runs like shit. And it's like, well, okay. Can we like, yeah, we know that it doesn't have like it's missing one of the modes from split screen mode, right? It doesn't have split screen mode like the other consoles have. And yeah, we know it's running at 30 FPS, which in a shooter, 60 is what you want. But again, this is like one of those things that my experience with the game is just like Elden Ring. If you haven't played it anywhere else, you're going to like this. I think it's going to only be jarring if you're bouncing between this version and another version on a different system.
Yeah. Agree with that. Eric, you got any thoughts on it? On Borderlands based on what you saw?
Yeah, it looked and felt like Borderlands. I didn't see any hiccups and whatnot, but yeah, to me it looked like another Borderlands game, which is not a bad thing. If you like Borderlands, you will more than likely like this. If you hate Borderlands, you're probably gonna hate it.
Yeah,
it looked like Borderlands
for sure. Okay, Final Fantasy VII Remake. I got to play this docked and handheld. We got footage of it. We're allowed to capture footage, or right? We got footage of this one.
Yes,
we're allowed to. Yeah, and I've spent several hundred hours between Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. By like 450 hours between the two games. Played it on PS4, Final Fantasy VII. Played it also on PS5, where it ran significantly better. PS4 version, when I played it, I felt like it ran fine. PS5 version obviously runs great. I played it in performance mode. I feel like the Switch 2 is in between, which is awesome. Freaking awesome. Like that's exactly what you want. I don't expect 60 FPS. If I got it, great. However, that's not what it's at. It's at a very, very, very smooth 30. Right? It doesn't feel like it. And I know that Square said it's 30. And I know there was an outlet that said 40. And I don't knock them for thinking it was 40 because it's a very smooth 30, which
that story is actually funny. It was I forget his name from Nintendo Life, but he thought it was 60. That's how smooth it felt to him. Then a rep corrected him and said it was 40. And now we know it's officially 30, or at least that's what this says on the official Final Fantasy 7 Twitter or whatever. They said 30, or maybe someone pointed out the exact wording doesn't say only 30. It's some sort of wording they use that could indicate that maybe there's an extra mode in the game. Now, I didn't notice anything in the menus.
I went through them.
Yeah, I didn't notice anything. But also, they kind of put you into the game right away, and it might be a mode you have to set before you load the game in. Just like, turning off motion blur, stuff like that, like I did for Resident Evil. That said, game was silky smooth. Like this, I don't think there was a frame dip at all. I'd be shocked if Digital Foundry comes out and finds a frame dip, because it did not feel like there was any frame dips happening at all. Shouldn't be shocked, guys. PS4 game. Obviously, we know this is the PS5 version, the integrated version. Looks stunning. Looks really good. Runs perfect at 30. I think it runs so well at 30 that I would be shocked if there's not a performance mode. especially when you're in docked. I think there's headroom here where they could probably push it up more if they want. But of course, 40 in dock mode requires you have 120 hertz screen for it to be smooth. I was very pleased with this all around. I beat the boss, went beyond, did some stuff. I've already, I played the heck out of this game. It was really fun. And I gotta say, I've never played the original Final Fantasy VII out of principle. Wasn't on Nintendo. Is what it
Hold
is.
on. You've never played it?
Yeah, I've never played the original. I was petty.
That's fair. I never played the original either. Same reason.
Petty as fuck. And I shouldn't have been, because at the time I grew up Nintendo only. And then as I get, be a teenager, I got into Xbox and PlayStation and stuff. But the thing was, PS1, stuff, you're taking my shit away. PS2, you're taking my shit away. Taking all my third-party games. I was pissed. Fuck you. Out of principle, Square, I ain't buying Final Fantasy VII. And you didn't put 7 on PC at the time either. I was willing to get it on PC. You didn't put it there. You were saying I have to buy a PlayStation to play this game. So I didn't play it on principle. Obviously, since then, guys, we all know it's been ported. It's on Switch. Still didn't do it. It's out of principle. I'm just not. And it sucks because I know everything that happens by now, right, guys? It's been how many years? I know the story. I've seen all the cutscenes. I know it's an incredible Final Fantasy game. I'm not stupid. There's a reason people consider it one of the best games ever made. I'm not dumb. I know this. I know I'm being very, very petty, and I have no reason to be at my old age anymore. But that's why I was so excited about Final Fantasy VII Remake. But then I beat Remake, and I realized, fuck, it's not a remake. It's not actually a remake. And I know this because I saw the ending of the original Final Fantasy VII, and I know this isn't the ending of the game. It's literally not a remake. They kind of pulled a fast one on it, and I don't want to spoil it because people are going to play this on Switch too for the first time. I don't really want to spoil. Like, you're going to find out at the end of Final Fantasy VII Remake that it's not actually a remake of Final Fantasy VII. It is Final Fantasy VII, but it's something that happens that I don't really want to ruin it for you guys because it's a really big part of the game. But the point is that, like, I was kind of mad because I'm like, shit, I still haven't played the original. I'm still not getting the OG experience because this isn't actually a remake. And I thought I was just gonna play it, and I thought they were milking it for 3 games. I'm like, oh, the original was all one game. They're milking this for a 3-parter and charging a lot of money. Then you get to the end of it and you realize, oh shit, it's not even a fucking remake. So no wonder there's 3 parts to this. All right, well, and I played Rebirth as well. I haven't finished Rebirth yet. Now I probably won't. Now I'll probably wait and because I have a feeling it's coming to Switch 2 next year. That said, game was incredible. I really love it. I think I'm not the only Nintendo fan that's never played Final Fantasy VII. I think there's a lot out there that are going to just say, screw it, I'll buy this one, and they're going to end up loving it. The biggest thing I can say about this game and Rebirth is I expect Rebirth to be much of the same. I think it's going to be a pretty smooth experience. These games are better than any modern Final Fantasy.
That's good. That's good.
16, 15.
100%.
These games are just better. Better storytelling, better writing, better character growth, better combat. It's all just better. And it's even great on Switch 2, guys. I don't think you're going to see too many complaints about anyone who buys this on Switch 2. Like, this is the one game coming out of PAX that almost no one had any complaints about, unless you're just one of those FPS snobs that says anything that's not 60 is unplayable. Fine. You're right. Don't buy it then. You probably already own. If anything that's not 60 or above is unplayable to you, then you must be a high-end PC gamer because did you see the way Delta's running on PS5? There ain't no 60. Ain't no 60 there. There's lots of games on PS5 and PS5 Pro that aren't hitting 60. So the only way you're going to get that is to be a high-end PC gamer. So I got no problem if that's what you guys are. I love gaming on high-end PCs. It's great. I'm just saying that, like, let's be realistic here. Okay. There are games not hitting 60 on PS5. So maybe we shouldn't expect high-end AAA games to be hitting 60 on Switch 2.
Unless they come from Nintendo themselves.
Well, yeah, Nintendo, obviously. That's like, or if they're made for the platform first.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if we get like a Monster Hunter game that releases first on Switch 2, I expect that to run pretty smooth. That's probably built for Switch 2. Then they'll bring it to everywhere else.
Yeah.
Like with Rise. Like what they do with Rise. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII. It's great. I don't think anyone who picks it up is going to be disappointed on Switch 2.
Good, because I was planning on getting it.
Yeah. That one's like, it runs really well, like perfect, and it's also just a great fucking game.
Yeah. I can't recommend it enough on PlayStation, and now the same goes for Nintendo Switch 2. Amazing. One of my favorites, one of my goats for sure. Definitely my favorite Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
And then, there's a lot. There's a lot. So Silk Song, it comes out what, tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is how busy we've been. Like I know it's coming out. I can't play it tomorrow. I have tons of videos to do over the next week. However, I did get to play it docked and handheld. Silky smooth. Again, I went into the menu, turned on the 120 FPS. Again, I don't know how it worked with the TV because the TV would need to be 120 hertz. I don't know if it is.
Mm.
But I was able to toggle it on. So maybe it was. And same goes for handheld. The game is beautiful. It looks so good on Switch too. It just, it's right. Like it's very, very, very beautiful. The lighting effects, awesome. Particle effects. Gameplay is great, obviously. Can't wait to play it, except I'm going to have to wait to play it.
Yeah. Because of what the game is, guys. This is just my personal opinion. I don't know this for a fact because I've only played it on Switch 2. I actually don't think there's going to be any difference between the Switch 2 version and the PlayStation 5 Pro version. 4K. I mean, they might have 4K 120, whereas Switch 2 doesn't get that. We only get 1440p 120. Yeah. But it's going to be at the top end of all of Switch 2 specs. Handheld 1080p 120. Docked mode 1440p 120 or 4K 60. It's an indie game, but it's a very beautiful indie game. Very well optimized indie game. Team Cherry's cooking. This is a special game. Special game dropping tomorrow. And again, like Stash, I probably won't get to touch this thing. Maybe if I'm lucky by the end of the month. Because there's just so much content. There's so much. Which is good, actually. It's like a good, bad problem because it's taking me away from what I want to be doing is playing games, but then I also like making content. And I'm making content because I played a bunch of games. It's like
it is. Totally is, man. Okay, so Star Wars Outlaws, to touch on that, right? Like, look, I got it right here. It's literally playing right now. I got the opening cutscene here. I was watching this a little bit earlier. First off, it looks great, by the way. When we played it, we talked to the developer. The developer was there to show it to us, which was really cool.
Yeah, that was the only one, I think, that had the developer there.
Very passionate about it. Really cared about it. Literally, he's there for a reason.
Yeah.
And we got to learn some things, of course. I'll just say, like, I've had this game for a while on PS5. Yes, it runs better on PS5. Again, I think announcing that it runs better on PS5 every time is similar to announcing that it comes on a game key card. Okay, yeah. I presumed it does. It's a huge game, right? This seems like the same thing to me. It's just very redundant to always say like it runs better on PS5 because I think we should know that.
Yeah, does every person who reviews a PS5 game say, yeah, it runs better on PC?
Right. It just
redundant statement.
Yeah, why should we talk about it?
Like, exactly. No, what are we doing? Yeah, 5090, yeah, it runs better. Well, fuck, it better.
So in terms of Switch 2, though, and for again, a hybrid console, excellent. Like, again, I have it on PS5, but I'm going to play through the whole thing on Switch 2 because I can play it anywhere. And from what I played, I really enjoyed it. Like, I had no issues at all with the gameplay.
Yeah, I remember tweeting out about how mostly because I was taking mental notes while walking, and I was like, you know what, these make probably for some good tweets because this game comes out next week, right? So I'm like, I'm gonna talk about it publicly. now's kind of the time, right? Because by the time I get back and get settled in, game's gonna be out. So I was like, putting out there some of the stuff that I asked the developer a lot of questions. He wanted me to actually. I got done playing because that was the second time I was over at the station. He's like, "Oh, you're really interested in this game?" I'm like, "Why? I played it on an Xbox Series X. It was kind of rough at launch. But I'm like a little surprised this is coming to Switch 2 a little bit. It's a current gen only game. It has forced ray tracing, and what I mean by that is there is no other lighting model. There's no alternative. It uses ray tracing only. And I'm very curious because there's no game on Switch 2 that uses ray tracing yet. So I was like, I kind of expected the game to, and I've seen the clips and the trailers everyone saw. Game looked pretty rough. But I'm watching people play it, and I'm like, is this actually Switch 2? I was getting a little confused. I'm like, this looks a little bit more like Series S. What is going on? So then I went straight to handheld. I told them I don't care about the space stuff because they had 2 demos. One was space stuff. One was down in the nitty gritty. I heard some people with hands-on impressions. That not just that were negative, of course. That's the headline that got picked up over the weekend. All the outlets running with the negative headline, how it runs like shit, even though it was the exact same demo I played that didn't run like shit. They also said in that preview that got picked up that you never got to go to the open world. That's bullshit. You just didn't know what you were doing. I'm gonna be honest. It's a quest line that, just like in Legends EA, that if you beat it quick enough, you're right out in the open world. You can hop on the speeder and you can drive around, which is exactly what I fucking did. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, it was running smooth on the speeder, and they had no idea. They had because they thought the demo wasn't there because they couldn't get out. They couldn't get out of the closed corridor scripted mission. Really wasn't that difficult if you played the game before. I didn't care about the space stuff so much for people wondering why. One, I watched N64 Josh play it. When he's terrible at the game. Which is fine. They do kind of drop you in the middle of the game, so you don't really know what the fuck you're doing. And I kept telling him it plays like Rogue Squadron. He's like, "What? Oh my god! All right, well, you know what? If you're saying what when I say that, then I can't teach you the controls right now, because he was just getting wrecked." But I watched that. I watched in Dogma and like, oh, this is really smooth. I was never worried about the space sections because for those who don't know, space games when you're actually fighting out in space, they're not actually that taxing. You can see this whenever you play a game that has like outer space battles on your PC. You can see how much it taxes your system. It never taxes as much as being on a planet. So I was never actually concerned about the space stuff. It looks gorgeous, but it's not actually that taxing. The open world riding the speeder, now that is what's taxing. And I'm like, damn, this is really impressive. Like I tweeted out like, this, I think, is going to be impressing people next week. Like, people are going to walk away being like, holy shit, didn't know Switch 2 could do this. And to me, that was like one of those moments that hit me where it's like, okay, yeah, Elden Ring, I wouldn't call it impressive. It's passable. This was impressive because it ran smoother and arguably looked even better. And I'm like, holy shit. And the lighting was so good. Now, to be fair, first ray trace game on Switch 2. And I'm not saying the shadows were perfect. There's definitely some shadow glitches and stuff because they use some pretty low quality shadows. There's times there's some shadow flickering. But who gives a fuck? When I'm engrossed in the game, I ain't noticing that shit. I was so impressed. And I'm like, well, too bad it comes out next week. Not really worth making a video on it until I saw that video get picked up and now everyone's being negative. And then today happens, right? Because yesterday press were able to install the game and play it. And so a bunch of videos came out today at the embargo. Yes, I knew about the embargo because I was part of it. I just too busy. I was traveling and shit.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, we were wrong. I was wrong. This was wrong. Blah, blah, blah. Because everyone was shitting on the game off of one person's opinion. And now here we are. And Stash and I are both kind of motivated to drop a video tomorrow now that we can record direct feed capture. We don't even have to play a lot of the game. Just have to get to the open world and run around a little bit.
Yeah.
And just be like, dude, Stash and I have been saying this shit. I mean, he wasn't saying it on socials because he stayed off, but we've been saying this shit since we fucking touched it on Friday. We're like, oh, dude, this is impressive as fuck. I don't care if you think it's a good game or not. That's a different conversation. I'm not talking about reviewing the game itself, just how it runs on the system. If you look at the game Star Wars Outlaws and you have been interested and want to play it, and it is a much better game now than it was at launch. Also, this version, and this is just something that I wasn't even aware of at the time, not only is it cheaper, like this, they're not doing this whole, launch at full price, like it's, like we've seen on Switch over the years, like, oh, the game's 5 years old, launch at full price on Switch. Not only are they launching it cheaper, they're including all the DLC. So if you go on Steam right now, it's more expensive to get the game with all the DLC than it actually costs on Switch too.
The base game's the gold edition.
Yeah. They're literally giving you everything is cheaper than other platforms. Obviously, there's times there's been unique sales during the holidays where it's gone cheaper, but like right now, when it comes out, it's going to be the cheapest version of the game, which is insane. So they're not trying to nickel and dime you compared to any other platform right now. That's also like good on Ubisoft. I think they really want this game to be successful. The developer there was very proud of the work. I asked so many specific questions, and he's like, "Yeah, we're using heavy DLSS. Like we're taking full advantage." How long you been developing this? Look, I can't give you an exact date. Again, we're not allowed to say, as the Nintendo rep hovers over him. But he's like, "We've been working on this for a very long time, and we are extremely proud of this of what we accomplished here." And I asked some things like, "Hey, if you guys have any hard times to switch to, like you're ray tracing, you're doing all else, like was this hard?" He's like, "It's never hard if you want it to be good." So I don't know what that means. I don't know how big the team was, but they had a dedicated team working on this at Ubisoft for probably a couple of years, and it shows. It shows they really gave a shit that this was I don't think this is like the version that saves the franchise or whatever, right? Because the game didn't sell and hit the numbers Ubisoft wanted. But I do think that this shows to me that Ubisoft is committed to the shift that happened after Star Wars Outlaws came out. Because remember when it originally released, it was a buggy, broken mess. And it caused them to delay Shadows and other stuff, being like, "Oh, we got to focus on quality over quantity," because people are literally not going to buy it if it runs like this. We don't want Shadows to bomb, right? And so this to me showed their commitment to that. Still, hey, this game had lots of issues, and now it's coming to this weak ass platform. Except it's polished as fuck. Yeah, I think this is like the new Ubisoft standard where they're trying to show we're caring about how our games are released now. We're trying to put out good versions. And I don't know if this is the Ubisoft game you guys should buy. Obviously, the reviews that are out there for the game, it reviewed as a 75. It's all right. I know you guys see the user reviews. You guys got review bombed at launch because the performance was so bad. There was bugs falling through the map. So like a lot of those red reviews you see are because the game was broken at launch. You got to look at the more recent reviews, and people aren't doing that to it anymore. You look at the reviews of the DLC actually reviewed quite high.
It was also the stealth.
Yeah,
the stealth was kind of busted.
Yeah, it was.
They owned it, which was cool. It was cool to see Ubisoft actually own it, and then they fixed it. And like from what I played at the Switch 2 experience versus what I played when it first came out, because we were playing obviously a section that requires stealth.
Yep.
And I think they had us play that so we could kind of see a little bit of everything. Because if you get through that mission, then it goes to the flying, right? But we got to see combat. I mean, we got to see stealth. And the combat is a good selling point because it's good. And the stealth is great to show us because now we can see that, hey, it appears to be fixed. They did fix it.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where, shout out to, there's a few content creators that shouted me out for being right because I was publicly the only person speaking against the avalanche of this game runs like shit. Because here's the bottom line. The reason you guys didn't hear more opinions on Star Wars Outlaws out there is because this was not on the show floor. This was not something that anyone could play unless you had a private meeting with Nintendo. So this was like, very limited. Also, I could just say from our experience being in there, most of the people in there weren't even trying to play the game. Like the demo station was just open like the whole time.
It was prejudged hard.
I understand that for FC because like it's just not as popular over here, and a lot of media are just kind of, it's a sports game, right? It's not a lot of high interest of media. But I was very disappointed to see like there was some media in there I recognized from some pretty big outlets that didn't even sit down to try to play it, and here they were the next day reporting on the YouTuber who played it and said it sucks.
That's crazy.
They literally had the opportunity to play it themselves and find out.
Mm-hmm.
And they, you know, I literally did not understand why that. I'm trying to be careful because I don't want to call out specific outlets and people. And like, you know, we talked about this heading into PAX that like very disappointed in how a lot of games are being covered from these events. I don't think there's a lot of honest opinions out there, and I get it. Like we're all biased. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I don't have bias. We all have bias. Our life experience makes us biased. But I feel like it's not just being biased, the lack of giving a shit. I'm sorry. You are going to report the next day about a game running like shit. You had the opportunity to play, but chose not to.
Yes.
Don't even report it. You don't fucking know what you're talking about. You're relying on someone else's opinion. By the way, that person today had to post a retraction video saying that they were wrong. So you have to wonder, why did they make that video in the first place if they now know in hindsight they're wrong? Like, it's the same person. They're playing the game now. By the way, this is the game I'm talking about. The when I asked him how old this demo build was, he said, this is how the game is launching. He said, this is the launch version of the game. So this was, by the way, I've never heard that from anyone. It's always, it's months old, weeks old. No, this is what you're playing next week. I said, I got a review code coming. Yeah, this is literally what you're going to be playing. I'm like, okay. So like for him to have the retraction today is so fucked up because he already was playing this. So I don't know what happened. I kind of feel like the retraction happened, and you're seeing all these people saying that we were wrong is because now that people, independent YouTubers and such as an example, that went hands-on with it and the footage getting out there. Even Nate the Hate put up 35 minutes today. Direct feed games. He put up 35 minutes of the direct feed like he does on that channel. Everyone agrees watching the film. Everyone like, actually, holy shit, this game looks really fucking good on Switch 2. What the fuck? Where did this report come from that this is garbage? This sucks because it came from a YouTuber who put it out there that all these companies picked up on. But I wish that people cared more about the coverage they're doing when they have the opportunity to do it. Like, if you want to cover a story on Star Wars Outlaws that you had an opportunity to find out firsthand, you should have found out firsthand. You shouldn't be relying on somebody else when you had that chance to come up with your own opinions.
This happens every day, though. We talk about this with Access Media. Like, you guys get the invites to everything. What did we have to do? What did I have to do, right?
Yeah.
Michaela and I like scrapping to get us in when we shouldn't be getting in, but we got in. While others get
handed.
They get it handed to them. The outlets get it handed to them, and like we literally I have to be like, you guys know, I don't want to go into detail about it because I might probably have to do it again next year.
So,
but we have to be very crafty to get in to some of the things.
So
keep it that way.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, and I know if you've been on my channel, we've talked about it a cajillion times. And it seems to be like the thing that's like cool now again, right? Is like bash a third party game or whatever on the Switch 2 before it comes out. Then we see it, then it's like, oh, it actually wasn't as bad as everybody talked about, rinse and repeat, right? And it kind of reminds me of, back in the times with every Nintendo system, but specifically with the Wii U, right? So it was like before, and looking back at that time, I remember like day and date when G4, like after the original presentation of the Wii U, and G4 was like, we don't know what it is. Like, we don't understand. Is it an add-on for the system? Is it like a new system? We don't know.
Did they really do that?
Yeah. Like,
oh my God.
And the thing is like, they had coverage. They got to see the system before everybody else. They got to get hands on with the system. So it wasn't like it was surprising, but it's like, hey, we've got this narrative. Let's go ahead and push this narrative. And then if you notice, like everybody behind them was like, yeah, this is the narrative that we're all pushing now. And I think that's what really spawned, Nintendo Directs right now, right? And all of these functions is like, no, we're not gonna put it in journalists' hands. And I think that's now for third parties too, is like, nah, we're not putting it in third parties' hands. We're gonna put it in your hands so you can actually see it. I know a lot of people are complaining. A lot of these journalists are complaining of how they don't have reviewer copies. And it's like, nah, we ain't gonna do that no more. Yeah. It's like we're gonna give it straight to the people first so they can get that hands-on experience so they can talk about it. Unfortunately, and fortunately, there are those who are out there who are like, yeah, when I get my hands on it, I'm gonna be the main topic. Like it came from me. I was the one who got my hands on this. And so when I say that it's not good, everybody else is going to join in on how good it isn't. And unfortunately, that's where we are today. It's great that you guys have actually got to get the hands-on experience for it. And it's like, nah, I don't know. I was right next to this guy. I don't know what he's talking about. So it's just one of those things where it's like, how much longer are we gonna do the rinse and repeat before the material on that starts to fade, where people are just like, nah, we'll just wait.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I talked about that too, like with the Nintendo app, right? Nintendo Today app. I think privately, right after I talked to Prime here and Eric about it and what my thoughts were on it, and it's exactly what you just said. They're removing legacy media from having the narrative on all of this because they cannot be trusted anymore. Because the way they handle this early access, to me, they have too much power because they can craft whatever narrative they want. And even if the game's good, but a negative narrative will net the company more money, they're going to do that. They're going to choose money over doing what's right. Just say the truth. It's that easy.
Yeah.
Right? And there's a way of saying it too. For example, now again, I don't know who this outlet is because I don't know everyone. And when I was playing Elden Ring, I was playing docked. Someone else was playing the handheld version next to me on the other seat. And they were with I think 3 other people. They were recording it, and she was, or I'll just say the person. I don't want to even say any details, but they were saying that it runs like absolute dog shit, and that the Switch 2 is a fucking potato. Excuse my language. And I'm like, where do you get off talking like this when you were invited to a private showing and you're recording this in front of them? There was a rep there for Elden Ring. And there's a lot of people that work at Nintendo there. Right?
Yep.
And they're just talking mad shit. And it's like, dude, this is so unprofessional. This is so disrespectful. In a different setting, I would say something. Not within, but it's just like, how do you get off doing this? And again, this is all the access media stuff. You get everything handed to you. It's expected to get everything handed to you on a platter. Oh. And I just, it bothers me to talk like that.
When you behave like that, then don't get invited next time. Oh, now they're just a shit-tastic evil company. I'm like, motherfucker, they don't care what your opinion on the games are. Right. They care that you're acting disrespectful at a event that you were lucky to be invited to.
I mean, there's ways you can critique without like, I told Stash after we were done, it's like Nintendo inviting you over to their house and then you just pulling your pants down and shitting on their table.
Yeah,
there's ways to critique the meal, but you don't have to shit right on their table.
Right.
exactly. We talked about this after because I was annoyed, and that was what we were talking about. It's like being invited over for dinner, and you saying that this meal sucks.
Yeah.
And you didn't cook it, you didn't help to do anything with it. You just got invited over. And look, again, I was talking to Michaela about it too. It just lacks so much professionalism, and it's like you wonder why, again, Nintendo doesn't give people early review codes, these companies. How can they be trusted when you talk like that? There's a way to say it. That is not the way. That sounds like, honestly, that sounds like a 13-year-old, like in a chat room, like an AOL chat room in the 90s, like being an idiot. I'm like, this is not a professional outlet, is it? Sure enough, it is.
Yeah.
It's just like, and I can't believe you're recording this. Like, is this going in the video? And I'm sitting there playing it thinking like, it's a great experience. And I'm thinking like, I guarantee I've put more hours into this game than you have. And I guarantee I'm probably 10 times better than you are at this game. Maybe you just don't know how to play it. Because maybe you're just not even a real gamer.
Yeah,
You
it's
start thinking all sorts of things.
Yeah, that's what's interesting about when you go to these events, guys, is you're mixed in, right? Like, we're technically content creators. We're considered media at these events, but then we get around traditional media as well, and other content creators, of course. And it's very interesting watching how different people approach things in these media sessions, to like be either respectful or not respectful. Because look, I'm sure the guy who played Star Wars Outlaws and talked shit about it after, I'm sure in the session they were respectful, because that's what you can critique it. Yeah, you can critique what you played. We're not saying don't critique. It's just like, these are people doing their job. Maybe don't sit there and trash like their entire. You're basically trashing the fact that they exist at all at an event they invited you to. It's very weird. It's like inviting you to my birthday, and then you spend the entire birthday just like trashing me as a person. Why? Why?
And taking your presents.
When you do that, you're at my party. Everyone's probably kicking your ass. Just so you're aware, like, that's what's going to happen. Nintendo ain't going to do that because they're trying to be professional themselves. But like, yeah, and to kind of counterbalance all of that, there was a higher up person from the treehouse there. I won't name names because I don't know that that's the right thing to do on a professional level. But we found out some cool shit. Hi, Nintendo. They watch our podcast.
Yes.
They actually watch a lot of content creators, but they specifically watch our show and really like it. And it's like a lot of people. Like they wouldn't tell me a number, but a significant portion watches our show, which is cool. It's cool to know that. It doesn't really put any extra pressure on me. I'm not going to change a damn thing because I didn't get personally invited. I got in because of Stash. And we didn't know. Nintendo was nice enough to let us in. They let us know we all might not get to play. And we understood. I could at least help film. Stash showed us the NDA. We knew we couldn't record Star Wars Outlaws. That was pretty much the only thing that was really like cracked down in there. The only other thing was racing section for Kirby Air Riders. You couldn't record either. And I think it's because there's a bug in it. At least I saw Gamebird played it. And it was the same racing maps that we saw in the Nintendo Direct. So these weren't like new ones. But you know how in Kirby Air Riders, you don't really go off the track, right? It's like an invisible wall. You just bounce around. Well, on the one where the ocean parts, at one point, Gamebird went through the water and came out on the other side. And I was like, oh, Okay, yeah, I know that's not how this game works because the rest of the time he couldn't go in the water. It was like he just bugged it out because he hit like his special move and it like screwed the game up, and then he went into the water when you're not supposed to do that. So I think that's probably why they're still working out the kinks. And this game comes out November, so they're still working on that. So that's probably why they knew things like that existed and they didn't want that to get out. I don't know why, because honestly, people would have just thought it's intentional after playing Mario Kart. but then maybe they get mad that you can't go through the water in the final game. I don't know. So Gamer kind of snuck the first place in a way he's not supposed to. It was not an alternate path. I confirmed it with the Nintendo rep. That said, that stuff like that's I think why we couldn't record that section, even though those maps are already out there. But it was really fun to watch him play, and that's not even the main part of the city trial. Anyone who's played Kirby Air Ride knows city trials where it's at. And everyone got to play that. That was on the public floor as well. Very, very good. But yeah, it's one of those things that it was kind of crazy because one of the refs walked up to me while I was playing a game. It was FC. I can't remember. They walked up and they're just like, "Hey, you're Nintendo Prime." I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Excuse my language. Actually, it's you. I don't have to excuse my language. How the fuck did you get in here?"
Oh.
List. I'm not on the list. I'm like, oh shit. I thought this was gonna be like oh shit. Like Nintendo hates me. I'm not supposed to be in here. They think I'm just going to leak a bunch of shit. Oh, fuck. And I'm like, I don't even know what I could leak. Like, we're allowed to talk about basically everything we played in here. So there's not even really anything to leak. The only thing I could have did that you're not supposed to do is be naughty and record Star Wars Outlaws secretly. And I wasn't going to do that. So I'm like, okay. So here I am just thinking, oh, fuck. Well, now I know what they really think of me. And I'm like, no, I'm here with Thunderstash or whatever. Like, I know. Nintenbyte Podcast. Yeah, we watch it all the time.
Hey,
sorry you didn't get an invite. Your channel kind of caters to an older audience, but we know that's like actually the biggest audience for Nintendo. I appreciate your content. There's a lot of decisions that go into getting in, but hey, I'm glad you got in. One of your crew is probably going to get in every time, and we just kind of assume you're all going to come. I'm like, cool.
That's awesome.
Sounds good to me. That
awesome.
That was what was really cool though. It's like, I'm not shocked that Nintendo watches a lot of content creators. I think I kind of just knew.
Mm-hmm.
Like, of course they like if I worked at Nintendo, I would pay attention to what people are saying about us, even if I don't know if it's good for my mental health. But our show tends to be a bit more positive, so they probably really appreciate that aspect of it. And we're like the only really long podcast.
I got a question for you.
That does that. So
after you heard that, what song was playing in your head?
Okay. I thought I for a moment I was like, I'm not in here because of the horsecock song on my live streams. That's what it is. That's the reason they couldn't invite me, because I was belting that song at the top of my lungs like the day before we went to PAX. I'm like, shit. It ain't the booze. It ain't the stories. It's singing about horsecocks. I'm like, I get it, Nintendo. That's why I didn't get in. It's by the way, copyright free song. It's all good. Oh man. Anyways, by the way, Nintendo, if they haven't heard that song before, look it up when you're not at work. It's not safe for work.
All right, just to cap things off then. So our first meeting was our first private meeting was with Nintendo. That was on Friday at 3. And again, yeah, everything you guys said, it was a great time. They had refreshments there for us. They had Starbucks coffee. They had tons of different snacks and desserts. There's couches set up for us, which is a huge deal because you're standing the whole time and you're walking nonstop. Like, we all walked 8 to 10 miles a day. And I know because we have the app and you guys were all together. And a lot of it is incline, which is not accounted for. And a lot of it is
both ways in Seattle.
That is actually true. It is. It does feel like it's uphill both ways in Seattle.
Yeah. So I just want to throw that out there. And then, I went to the restroom up there on the floor. And when I was heading there, a Nintendo employee stopped me. His name's Andrew. And just want to say thank you as well for the kind words. Andrew said, again, that he watches the podcast. There are he said Nintendo watches the podcast like a lot of us watch you guys. And he said we really like your podcast. Really enjoy it. We look forward to it. We love hearing you guys' predictions and your takes, like your Nintendo Direct predictions. Like we love those. Like we look forward to seeing your predictions episodes. I'm like, dude, what?
Secretly, that's got to be funny.
We get so wild with our predictions. Like none of them come true most of the time.
Yeah, like I imagine they sit there and they're like,
what we're saying, guys, is, hey, sir, that keeps super chatting in for Demonic Brawler, all the NBA Jam.
Right.
Hey, Nintendo's hearing it. They might reach out to EA one day, try to make this happen.
Yeah,
they see the demand. They know it's here. They now know, if they didn't, that we have an NBA Jam champion on the show.
Five time.
Yeah, five-time Booker T.
Oh man, but again, yeah. So just from all of us here at the podcast, I just wanted to say again, right? Thank you very much. It was an honor, and hopefully we can go again next year.
Yep, that's the plan.
And very grateful for the opportunity. So
yep.
that was Nintendo.
And our coverage is still to come. This podcast is just the beginning.
Yeah,
a lot of videos coming from all that. So
okay, so
yeah, probably should go over everything we played because we played so much. We could be here for all night.
Yeah, you want to rapid fire it?
Yeah, let's rapid fire some of the smaller ones first.
Okay,
and then get a couple of the big ones we had left.
Okay, one thing that was really cool, Bandai Namco had their first time doing anything private with content creators. And again, also want to send a thank you to Bandai Namco from all of us, right? From each of our channels, from the podcast. It was a pleasure. They mentioned it was their first time doing it. And, you always got to have your first time. I'm just happy that they're doing one, right? And I'm sure they'll get, smoother every time. But the point is, there was lines. Let me just say this, guys. There was very long lines for all of these games. Some more than others. Capcom, and with our meetings, we literally got escorted in there. It's not like we went to a private line. It's like, hey, we've been waiting for you. We know you guys. Like, here you go. Let's start this. Yeah, swag they gave all of us. And so we got to play Pac-Man World, Repack 2, which I really enjoyed. You guys?
Yeah. Yep. That was really good. I mean, I knew it was going to be good, but yeah. It's great.
Absolutely. So Digimon Story, Time Stranger. We got to play that.
Yep.
And I was interested in it because this looks like a significant improvement in scope, I guess you could say, for Digimon. When I first saw this game, and we got to play some battles, right? I enjoyed it quite a bit. I thought it was pretty fun. What did you guys think?
So I was never a Digimon person growing up. Hated it. Pokemon all the way, baby. Digimon ripoffs. No, I'm just kidding. I had never played the original. I know Gamebird was talking about it because he was a huge fan of the original and really looked forward, and he really enjoyed his time with this demo. So I wish he was here to talk about it because he was big on it. But I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a surprising amount. I know it was very hand-holding, kind of telling me where to go, which is expected for a game like this. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the way the battles worked. I mean, it's traditional turn-based, but you could sometimes get a jump on one. And when you do that, sometimes you'd knock them out in one blow, and then you wouldn't even have to go into it. I like that. That was really cool because it felt like you respect my time. You're not going to make me go into the battle sequence every time against every weak-ass enemy I can kill in one hit. I like that. Thank you for respecting my time with that design. They had a boss fight. Because I think it was a 2-part demo. They had a boss fight one. That was really fun. I enjoyed the boss fight. So yeah, overall, I had a really good time. I mean, again, it gives you Pokemon vibes. You can't help it. That's just the way it is. But it visually looks a lot better than Pokemon. Like, it's a much prettier game.
I would also like to add that I've never been into Digimon at all. I have no feelings towards it, right? I knew, You said it, Prime. It was like a Pokemon ripoff. That's how it was viewed when it came out.
Mm-hmm.
And look, hey, I don't have time for 2 Mons. I got time for Pokemon. I only got time for Digimon. However, we got to play it, and like I said, it looked like the scope had increased quite a bit, and they're trying something new here, and it was enjoyable. Again, I still don't know if I have time for it,
Yeah, I thought it was okay.
but it was cool. Okay. Little Nightmares 3. Got to play that. Dude, that game is a looker.
Yo, I didn't know that was there.
Yeah.
Is it good? Is it good?
Oh yeah, dude.
It takes
was
a
so
bit
much
to get-
fun.
So they have combat now, which wasn't in the prior two. That takes a little getting used to. It does, because it's very timing based to do it.
Mhm.
Because if they, you know how the game works, if you touch you're done.
Yeah.
So like, there's a section in the game where you don't have to fight them. You can go around and then get to the point where you throw a ball, and then you're trying to get to the next section, but you have to do it really quick before they catch up to you. Which again, classic Little Nightmares. But like, because there's combat, you're like, oh, I'm just gonna take them out. But like, because there's a character as an archer, and then there's a character with the melee weapon. I'm gonna tell you right now, the melee weapon is so slow.
Wow.
Timing it to hit them is so hard.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. Now, to be fair, Eric, I don't know if he's ever played Little Nightmares before, because I saw him getting frustrated for a moment. I'm like, well, this is what the game is. Like, you're not supposed to, you get one touch, you're done. You're supposed to hurry through some things, sneak through some things. The combat's optional, but it's there. And yeah, ideally you whack both of these enemies, and then it's easy to move on. But it's not easy because the melee weapon is so slow. But again, that also adds to the thing that, like, I think the reason it's slow is the game, even though we have combat now, we don't want you to cheese it. Because if the combat was easier, you cheese it.
Right.
So like, you can't cheese it. If you're gonna do combat, you got to get good. It is what it is. Gorgeous game, absolutely gorgeous. Very clever with the puzzles. You know, the only reason I was even glancing around, looking at Eric and looking at the rep, was I was kind of like, I don't want to just be stuck here for 15 minutes. If I'm playing this on my own, don't help me. You know, I'm good. I will figure this out. But it's like, no, but I wanted to see more. That's the thing about these demos, is like, you're not really playing them how you normally would per se, because like, you just want to see as much content as you can to get a good feel for the game. Whereas, you know, so I will glance around to see if somebody solved it quick, so I can kind of see what's next. At least that's how I was approaching this stuff, because that's all for me. It's all about seeing as much content as I can to get a better grasp of the game. But I was really happy to be challenged by some of these puzzles early in the game, and this was great. Dude, if you like the first two, you're in for a treat.
I'm excited.
I will say I didn't do any combat at all.
Yeah.
I didn't use it once.
It's entirely optional. Yeah.
I just stuck to the shadows. But yeah, I knew it was there. So again, you know, like, there's different ways you can play.
Yeah, I think
Which
the
I
thing
like.
that frustrated me the most was there was times where I would just be, you know, trying to run around everybody, and I'd get to the next part of the stage, and all of a sudden I was starting over, and I had no clue why.
Because your partner got caught.
I know.
Yeah.
But they don't tell you that.
Yeah, the AI partner,
got caught.
Dipshit.
Didn't tell me, and I just restarted. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, the AI partner meant to be played co-op.
Why am I restarting?
They told us this is co-op. It's meant to be played co-op. The AI partner is a dumbass.
If it would have told me your friend got caught, cool. Okay, now I understand what's going on. But all of a sudden, I was already past that part, and all of a sudden, I'm restarting. I'm like, what happened? And then Nate said, "Oh, I think your friend." I'm like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense." But tell me.
Well, it's a demo.
I don't care.
It's a demo.
It's text across the screen.
It's a demo.
It's text across the screen.
I know you say that, but the amount of lines of codes that have to write custom for the demo that wouldn't be in the game.
It's still text across the screen, and you can leave it in the freaking game.
You know, they're probably not going to leave it in the game. Welcome to Little Nightmares.
Turn into a big nightmare.
Games, the game doesn't explain anything to you.
And
that's the
no,
point.
I have not played the first two games.
Yeah, they literally, that's the whole point of the game. They literally explain nothing. You just figure it out. But that's why I was letting you know. I'm like, your partner got caught. That's what happened. Like, I figured that out right away when I realized my dumbass partner, I'd run around and he would try to run in front. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm in the shadows, and you're just out here trying to pot shot him with arrows.
But I'm literally in the next area.
I know.
And then I restarted. I'm like,
yep.
This is stupid.
Because the partner's a dumbass. I wish they would have let us play co-op, because then I think your experience would have been better.
Yeah.
But also I might have just pot shot kited and killed him if I had the arrow guy. I never played as the arrow guy. I should have played as the arrow guy. I would have fucking wrecked him if I played as the arrow guy. I'm curious if the arrow guy's a little cheap. Maybe I'm glad I didn't play as him, because I feel like I probably could have just wrecked him.
No, the wrench person would probably just run in there and get caught.
Probably. Well, I don't know. They can't swing the wrench worse than I was swinging.
There's that.
But no, dude, Little Nightmares. Like, if you played the first two, I think you're gonna absolutely love it.
Good.
When I figured out what was actually going on.
Yeah, it was a game I figured would frustrate Eric. I'm like, I don't think he's ever played this before. It's gonna be really frustrating. At some point, it was gonna be really and the frustrating part was not knowing your partner was getting caught, then realizing your partner's a dumbass and never stays next to you and just does whatever the fuck he wants to do. It's really frustrating what the partner does. And then the ironic part is you get to the part where you throw the ball, it closes the thing, and you got to climb on top of the lid. Oh, your partner will do it, but then you're fucking dumbass. Now you're so fucking frustrated that you're not hitting the right jump button, so then you don't fucking do it, then you get caught. And you're like, God damn it. But that's Little Nightmares. If you play the game, it's supposed to be frustrating, and it's supposed to feel really good when you figure it out. Like, that's how the series is. So, I think anyone who's a fan is going to love this thing, and I have no doubt of how this is going to run on Switch 2. We did not get to play it on Switch 2, but this is going to be perfect on Switch 2. I'm not worried about it.
Well, they have a lot in store, on Switch 2, because not Elden Ring, but Little Nightmares Complete, Switch 2 edition comes out on October 10th as well. So Part 1 releases on October 10th, and Part 3 on Switch 2, which nobody's talking about. And I was hoping we would maybe be able to play that.
Yeah.
I'm curious how that's going to run. But at any rate, I really enjoyed it. I had a very good time. And again, the graphics are superb. The sound too was nice. The game does a really good job with the sound. All right.
I wish I could hear it.
Yeah, right.
The headphones were broken as fuck.
On all yeah.
I only had an issue with Little Nightmares. The rest of the demos were fine.
All of mine were crackling.
Only Little Nightmares worked, but it was crackling, and then Digimon didn't work. Pac-Man
was on all of them, but Little Nightmares. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the last game that we played there. And look, I'll just preface it as, hey, I'm a huge fan of Hades. Huge. Okay. And I played, obviously I reviewed on my channel the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game that is like Hades. You could even say it's kind of a ripoff of Hades, but Hades is so good and Turtles is so good that what's not to like about that? Well, this one is called Toa.
Yeah.
And the Guardians of the Sacred Tree. There's a demo right now on Switch, but it's a Switch 1 demo. There's a demo on your PS5. This is a Hades style game. It's the art style is very, very nice, very pleasing, aesthetically pleasing, very colorful. I would say that it expands more on some of the Hades gameplay elements, like the boons and whatnot. There's more boons. There's more upgrades. There's more modifiers throughout your gameplay. But as far as how it actually plays, it plays like Hades.
Yeah.
It's from one of their smaller studios within the company.
Yeah.
So it's kind of considered like an indie title for them.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to have indie pricing. GameBird won a free copy on Steam.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So they gave us cards, right? Like a pack of cards. And there's 2 cards in there. Was there 2? 1 or 2?
No, I think it was
just
one.
one.
It was just one, yeah. I gave you mine. That's what you have to.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
If you had a shiny, so if you basically you pulled an insert, you got a free copy of the game. The odds of getting it are 1 in 100. And GameBird was he was the 1 in 100.
1 in 100, yeah.
Pretty awesome.
Game rock.
I want to play it.
I'll keep it super brief. Look, guys, there's a demo. go play this shit.
Mhm.
They're trying to get the word out on this game. It's very good.
Yeah.
The demo's out there. You guys got to give this a try. There's no point in me trying to convince you. You can go play it for yourself right now.
Right. It was one of those that I had no clue what this game was at all. I had never heard of it. And then I heard at the end the Bandai rep say, yeah, everybody who's played it has loved it. So
they're just having a hard time getting the word out.
Yeah.
Yeah. They did say that. They made a point. And so we all felt, I think, compelled to talk about it because we really did like it.
Mhm.
And this is a game that I want to play more of. I would like to review it. Again, time. This game comes out soon, though. I think it comes out, I'm going to say this off the top of my head, I think it's the 19th. So very soon.
Yep. As I said, there's a free public demo, only a Switch 1 demo, but hey, guys, go play it.
Yep.
Give it a try for yourselves. You'll understand. If you like Hades kind of gameplay, that's what this is. It's great.
Mm.
Okay, so Double Dragon Revive. I'll have impressions coming on that.
Oh.
Yeah, I love Double Dragon. Bubble Bobble. I played the new Bubble Bobble Sugar Dungeons. Again, I grew up on Bubble Bobble.
Mhm.
It's a big fan of that. I got to play a little bit of Ease. Nate, you got to play Ease as well. X Proud Nordics.
Yep.
We weren't allowed to record,
So stupid.
but we got to play it.
It's already out in Japan. What are we doing?
Yeah, so exactly. That's what I said.
I don't understand the rules sometimes. Like, I don't know. What are we hiding? The whole game's already on YouTube.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
I got to play a little bit of Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, and of course, got the PAX exclusive pin.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Royalty free for all.
Mm-hmm.
We played that for an hour.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Do you guys want to talk about it at all?
She's like, yep, I kicked everybody's ass multiple
I was
times.
in last. Look, guys. First off, royalty free for all. For those that don't know, is a Smash game,
Mhm.
Smash style game. I was in last place in every match. It is what it is. You guys, should know by now. I'm not a big fighting game fan. Smash is about the only game that I even play, and it's just because it's got some of my favorite characters in it. It's not because I actually really enjoy it all that much. My favorite enjoyment one was like back when they had the story mode for like one game, and then they got rid of it. And then my other favorite before that was Break the Targets, and then they got rid of that in most of the games. So I didn't actually like the actual fighting part of fighting games because I don't like fighting games. That's so of course I was getting my ass kicked because I just don't like fighting games that much. But no, this game it's on Kickstarter right now. They're trying to Kickstart to get it to console, including Nintendo. It's going to be on Steam next year for sure. And as you're seeing here with the footage, this is like very much a
Smash clone.
It's a Smash clone, but like it's using royalty-free characters, hence the royalty free for all. But they're doing like unique takes on them, rather than just going with the bog standard, like like that character there is Sweeney Todd, the one with the cape.
This is crazy.
It's so much fun.
Mhm.
Oh, hey, one thing we need to talk about, dude, the music.
Oh my god,
Grant Kirkhope,
yeah,
and David Wise.
Mhm.
Like two musical goats are involved in this project.
Yep, they're involved, and they're going to be even more involved if they hit a certain stretch goal, or they're going to make even more music for the game. So, like, I think you guys should really check out their kick. They're not even asking for that much on Kickstarter. Are you looking up their Kickstarter?
Mhm.
Yeah. So I know they're not even asking for that much to expand it to other platforms, and get more of the music in. But it's really good. They have bonus characters they want to add. But it's they're doing pretty good here.
Or 15, they're at 15,000 out of 40.
Yeah, that they're out of the 40 they're trying to get. I'll also just say this is just a full disclosure moment.
Yes.
The people who runs the game and their primary programmer are actually personal friends of mine. They when I say personal friends, I mean like they used to work for me at Zelda Informer for like a decade when they were like teenagers. So it's crazy to me to like when I went to PAX East and now PAX West, and like these are people that I almost feel like a father. I trained them for this, and now here they are making this really badass game.
But to be fair as well, we didn't know this until
No.
after we had first played it at PAX East.
Yeah, we played it at PAX East. And
We
we were like,
loved
damn, this game is really good. We got to talk about this on the pod.
Yeah.
And then literally, I left my business card there. That's how much I didn't realize whose game this was. I left my business card. Next thing you know, the guy who runs the company, Quadruple A Games, his name is Colin. Next thing you know, he's texting me and he's like, "Hey man, you were just at our booth. You need to come back." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Had no idea that he was the guy behind Royalty Free for All. So my initial opinions on it were definitely without bias, but I want to throw that out there that obviously they're friends of mine. But the game is fantastic. I think there's a demo on Steam if I remember right.
I think so.
If you guys want to give it a try, but we got to play a whole bunch of new courses. They had courses, stages. They had alternate versions of the stages. They had all the color options in there for the characters as well. Black and white versions. It was just a lot of fun. And yeah, Stash, the reason he said you want to talk about this because he's basically dominated.
There's a free for all play test.
Yeah, there's a play. There you go. Stash basically dominated his Sweeney Todd.
Yeah.
He lost his first match. I don't know what character he was. I think that was Gamebird. Yeah, Gamebird won.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was Mother Goose first match.
Yeah. And then when he went to Sweeney Todd, he kind of dominated. He won 5 in a row, then finally lost one, then won another 4 or 5.
I think I won 2 or 3. Gamebird won 1 or 2, and then Stash won the rest.
By the way, we played 20 games.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm still reaching out. The direct feed footage will be coming to us to do our videos on it. But yeah, it's badass. Also, I will note that I don't know when, and I told them I think it's probably better to do it closer to release time. But they want to come on the pod, and they're huge Nintendo fans, so they have a lot of stuff they want to say about Nintendo. But obviously, want to talk more about their game closer to release. But yeah, again, they do have a Kickstarter going right now, and I heard it's not going well for them. So I really, go give the game a try, and if you like it, maybe throw them a couple bucks on their Kickstarter.
I really like that game a lot.
Coming out no matter what. I'm just talking about they really want to bring it to console and other places, but they need funding to be able to do it. So
good deal.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So as Nate mentioned, we have direct feed footage, and then we recorded the whole thing too.
Yeah.
So we have the actual footage of us and the shit talking too.
Yeah.
Oh,
which would be really fun.
There was a lot of shit talking. There was a lot of. I remember in the middle of Stash, why don't you switch characters, buddy? Why don't you use somebody else?
But no, I'm good.
Then he's like,
when the game's working out pretty well, Nate.
I'm like, because the last time you were a different character, you lost. Anyways, that's funny. Not that it mattered to me. I was in last every game, so
it was fun.
But I like shit talking.
So let's see, Bubsy 4D. We got to play.
Okay.
Look, again, we'll have impressions on it. I grew up on Bubsy. I don't have this modern day disdain for Bubsy. I know some of the younger cats, I guess pun intended, they don't so much like Bubsy, or they've went back and played the old ones and are like, this game's terrible. How did you guys play this? I actually liked it back in the day. Bubsy 4D, dude, they might knock it out of the park with this. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. We'll have to show you guys some of the impressions. But Nate, what did you think about Bubs? Because I handed you the controller when I was done, and then walked away to go get ready for NBA Jam.
Yeah, it was. So it played really well. Basically, it was just like a little playground to kind of mess with the controls, and it wasn't really like scripted stages or anything like that. Because again, the game doesn't come out until next year, so it's very much a just get your hands on it, get used to how Bubsy controls. The areas were very much like test areas, and you could tell. But Bubsy played fantastic. The comedy that was in there was when you're chatting to some of the characters was there. Classic Bubsy comedy. Totally. I really enjoyed it. Like the bones are there. Now it's just time to see what they flesh it out to be.
All right. So that's Bubsy. Let's see. I played Alterium Shift. Nate,
Yep.
you were there with me the whole
I
time. It's
watched
like
the
you
whole
played
time.
it. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
on the same couch.
Yeah.
So I went over there to play it. It was on my list because I kickstarted this game maybe a year ago. And so I was very excited. I was like, oh shoot, they're here. I'm like, huh. Like, here's the thing, guys. When you kickstart a game, I don't like sit there on the edge of my seat waiting for a release date. Because if you do, you'll be disappointed. It's like ordering a game from Limited Run Games and checking your email every day to see if there's a shipping update. You need to have the right expectations. So
Let's hope you're still alive by the time it ships to you.
yeah. And I've been shopping at Limited Run for years and I know this. And so when you kickstart something, it's like they're going to send you official updates. And sometimes these games take a very long time, so I don't look for updates, is my point. And when I saw it was at PAX, I was like, shoot, this might be closer than I thought. And sure enough, it is. We talked to the dev, and it's looking like 2026, early to middle 2026. And this is an RPG. This is a very much in the vein of the HD 2D games we're seeing today.
Yeah.
And so if you're interested about it, there will be a video coming out. And if you like what you see, there is a Kickstarter for that as well. They've hit goal. They hit goal really fast. So yeah, you don't need to do anything unless you want a physical copy of the game, which will probably be rare. Let me just say that. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Another one. This one was really cool, right? So had a meeting with them. You could even maybe say we had 2 meetings with them. But the first meeting, we actually played the game.
Yeah.
And it was for an hour. And again, like they escorted us in VIP style. So I really appreciate that. Shout out from all of us to the Crimson Desert team at PAX West. You guys were super professional and very kind and very helpful. Very hands-on, because the controls in this game they're not what you would expect from playing something like The Witcher, right? There's more detail to it, and the combat is so interesting because you could literally do like Street Fighter inputs, and that's going to result in different combos in the game. Like you can literally DDT people.
Yep.
I'm like, what?
Nice.
The diamond cutters here too. Yeah, dude, it was really cool. The combat, the world, the graphics, everything about Crimson Desert. How fast did our hour go by?
Oh, it felt like 10 minutes.
Dude, yeah, it felt like I barely touched the game.
Yeah.
Like it was so
wow.
funny. It was so fun and engaging. Like I felt like I barely did anything, and yet no, sure as shit, I played for a whole hour.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and that's like, and I'm saying this despite the fact that I had like a couple of minor gripes with the controls and not the combat.
No,
combat was great.
Yes,
I actually like the complexity in the controls because I'm so used to games not having that it felt actually really refreshing to see how many different ways you could handle the combat. But there were just like little things like that complicated combat control scheme would then like expand to things that aren't necessarily combat. It felt very awkward that like such a simple thing was complex to do, such as like making your horse gallop. And I was like, okay. And I told them they're like, hey, maybe like certain things don't need to be that complex.
I mean, to pick up the flag, you had to walk over to the flag, hit 2 buttons. Then as you were picking the flag up, you had to tap X as fast as you can to make it go faster to pick up. Then you had to hit triangle to hold on to the flag. Yeah. And then you had to direct it with your left stick or right stick to then place it. And it's like,
oh wow. Yeah, that's a lot.
Hit the 2 shoulder buttons and hit X to pick it up. Why do I have to tap X to get it to go faster, and then hit triangle to actually hold on to it.
Yeah.
What's the point of this?
They took the complexity from the combat and applied it to everything in the game. And I think that's the biggest gripe I have was just like, hey, some of these things don't need to be this way because there's nothing gained from that complexity.
It's just complex to be complex.
Yeah, it's complex to be complex. Whereas like the combat, there's something to gain. Some of the stuff though, I didn't feel like there was anything to gain by it being complex. It was just annoying because there was nothing unique about it. There wasn't a different way to pick up the item and do it any differently. So like, why make this complicated? But I think it's one of those things where the combat system's so brilliant that whoever came up with the control scheme, they loved it so much they just kind of let them go ham on everything. And sometimes,
not always the best.
You need someone to say, well, maybe not here.
Yeah, right.
Maybe this is where we cut off making it complex.
I'm pretty sure Gamebird said it was a dual button combo to talk to NPCs.
Yeah, you have to press L1.
Yeah.
And then I think maybe triangle. It's L1 and a face button.
Yeah.
Again, we're holding different controllers everywhere we go.
Yeah.
Not just different brands, right? But different, completely different controls. So
I bring this up hoping that one, they see the show because I'm not sure if I'm going to make a video on this yet because it's, according to GameStop, coming to Switch 2. I don't know how much you can trust them.
No.
But we did ask them. I asked them specifically. They interviewed us. We gave them some feedback on the game. Of course, we were mostly positive. Like, what was your favorite part of the game and stuff like that? Took a picture for them.
They had a full-on interview with us.
Yeah, full-on interview.
Like with studio lights and like, the cameras, everyone. It was pretty cool.
They were like escorting us around like we were VIP. I got to say, they treated us very well. Which is, again, you could say maybe that's trying to make you be biased towards the game, but I don't give a shit. You can treat me how you want. Your game. That's why I just brought up my criticisms. That said, I did ask them like, hey, he's coming to Switch 2, or something like that. And it's like, I don't know about you guys, but the way that they responded was kind of like, oh yeah. So Nintendo fans are interested, huh? Like said in a way where it's like, you kind of get that he's trying to tell you it's coming.
Yeah.
But he can't say it.
That's what I took it as.
Like, that's what it felt like, the way that he responded to that. As I'm wearing a Switch 2 shirt that day. Like, making it very obvious why I'm asking this question.
Right.
So I'm going to wait and hold my footage. And, well, I mean, I'll give the stash if he wants to use it, obviously. But I'm going to hold my impression video until it gets announced. If it gets announced for Switch 2, I'm already have it ready to go. It's going to drop same day.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I got my footage. I'm going to do a video on it.
Yeah, you absolutely should.
Yeah.
My channel's just Nintendo, so I'm just
I've been looking forward to Crimson Desert.
When was it announced?
Since 2019.
Which, by the way, could be announced as soon as next week, but we're not transitioning yet.
Yeah. Could be. The only other thing about Crimson Desert, I would agree with you on the control scheme and whatnot. Some of it's a bit complex. And again, I have to like factor in, all of us do that. We're holding different controllers every 15, 20 minutes.
Having that complex control scheme after like coming off a Switch Pro controller, I'm like, okay, what is going on?
Yes. For me, I think this is a game that once I start playing it, I need to play through the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's not a game it's not a game you play today and then you don't play again for like a week. It's a game you need to play.
Yeah.
To remember those controls. Otherwise, when you pick it up, it's going to be jarring.
Yeah. Another thing I will say for positive on the game, it's gorgeous.
Oh God,
absolutely.
Oh my God, it's a gorgeous game.
Yeah.
Like, and I got to bring this up too. Bird mentioned it on our last little mini show we did. He did something no one else had done. He picked up the pillar before you're supposed to be able to pick up the pillar and took off a third of the boss's health. I thought that was hilarious because it also shows that one, they didn't even realize you could do that as developers. And two, they're like, but we created the mechanics that allowed that to happen. And I think they were very proud of that moment that like, we kind of had a Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom moment there where it's like, you solved this your own way.
No,
rather than our intended method. Like that was cool.
I don't think Bird mentioned this one, but I was sitting there watching and the very, very last thing you do is light a torch. And
at the top of the tower.
At the top of the tower. Well, he had his bow out and he shot his fire arrow and it like repercussed him off the tower. and it didn't light. So he fell off the tower and run back up to light it. That's pretty dumb.
It's hilarious.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
It might be in your footage because
It
I
might
think
be.
I had it. I think I had it.
Yeah,
where
there was a
you could
smidge
see
of there
both
was a smidge
screens
of
a little bit.
screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll have to see if it's in there. It was
funny as
it was
hell.
it was hilarious. I kept looking over. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, this is a really easy thing all right, whatever, man. No, game was incredible. My opinion took a 360 on it coming off of PAX East, where I also played it. They had just boss fights there. Of course, I went to the most difficult one. Didn't realize the control scheme was that complicated. I was frustrated because I felt like I'm reading what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah. And
You're showing me what I feel like I'm doing what you're telling me, and it ain't working. And this is really weird because I'm also not really getting attacked by the boss. So, one, I don't feel in danger. Two, I just feel frustrated. I can't move forward. This is weird. But that was just boss fights. Then we got this one was actually playing the game. And yeah, it's good. It's very good. I'm
very much
highly impressed by this game.
definitely looking forward to it. We're not too far away.
I'll just say this, guys. And it might not even come to Switch 2. It doesn't matter. It's my game of show. It's Crimson Desert.
Okay.
We'll have more details on it for sure.
Yeah, I
I
got to
for
review.
sure will. You might.
Yeah, I'll watch your footage and might learn new things that we did.
Okay. Here's some more games. We'll go maybe quicker on it.
Yep.
Draco and the Seven Scales. We will have impressions.
Free demo out now. Go play it.
Yeah.
If you like Link's Awakening Game Boy, go play it. I'm telling you.
Yep. And we got footage of that. Toxic Crusaders.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah.
Great.
I was really excited to play that. Again, give another shout out to Justin Silverman, creative director over at RetroWare. I had the pleasure of interviewing him for Indie Mania, which there's a video on the Indie Mania page with me interviewing him, the full interview. He has a very, very interesting career. He used to work at NFL Films and then wound up in the gaming industry, working with Angry Video Game Nerd. He's got a really interesting story just in general. RetroWare makes very cool games that I like. They basically try to make all the games that they loved growing up that they never made new ones for. Or games that they just really love the IP and they want to make a game kind of like that, but their own take on it. That's what they do. Like Iron Meat is their version of Contra. I reviewed that on my channel. The Transylvania Adventure of Simon Quest, like Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest, that's coming out next year. That's their Castlevania, right? So on and so forth. So Toxic Crusaders, man, I played it quite a bit at the PAX Mix event. This is a game I've been looking forward to since it was announced. Plays great. TMNT.
I played it a bunch of times over the years. This has been in development for a while. Yep.
Yeah, I'm excited for it.
Neon Inferno. Again, that game's coming out soon. It plays like Sunset Riders.
Okay.
With like a mix of Strider. Very interesting game. Yeah, very cool. That's by RetroWare. We played Yuka Replay. And that game was awesome. First off, that game plays so good and it looks so good. And then we met I'm looking at his card, his business card right here, Vincent.
Mr. Vincent.
The public relations marketing.
Demo
Vincent
was
cool.
perfect, except it should have been a Switch 1 Pro controller.
Yeah. This was a running joke.
Vincent gets it if he's watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vincent was really cool though. I think we're gonna get some review codes for it.
Yeah, and possibly someone on the team on the podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which is
that's
really
a
cool.
possibility. So, as you see, yeah, we got Celia B coming up. Ramina, that's already on the books. We got quadruple A games probably coming up probably closer to next year, and then we're trying, guys. We're only like a hop, jip, like a skip away from a triple A eventually deciding they want to get interviewed on here. So we'll see what happens.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, they were really cool. Vincent was very nice. I let him know, hey, by the way, it's the original Kickstarter here of ukulele back 10 years ago, man. So he was nice. He was happy to hear that. Okay, so what else did we play? He-Man, Masters of the Universe. Dude, that game is really... Let me just say I really enjoyed it. I'll give more details in my impressions. I don't want to give everything away, but let me just say I think it's in good hands.
Yeah. It looked like they did a really good job with it.
That's what I was thinking too.
Another game I played that I was looking forward to, and you guys all know, you guys are probably wondering why we're stopping at this booth. When I told you the game I wanted to play, the good old days.
Oh yeah.
But then I started telling you guys what it's about, right? And again, I'll go into more details.
I was so confused, and then I finally was watching you play it, and I was like, "Oh, okay, I get it."
Right." So I'll go into detail. The game's not coming out. God, I don't know if it was Q4. Yeah, Q4. So soon. I hope I get a review code. I got a business card to reach out to him for it. But I'll go into detail on the impressions. It's a Metroidvania, and it's got let me just say it's got a familiar story and a familiar gameplay if you've played the game, which I'll go into detail about. I got to tease a little bit for you guys.
Yeah.
And then Resident Evil Requiem. This is where I said we had two meetings with Crimson Desert.
Yeah.
Because I had to show the PAX staff in order to get in early to the Capcom booth. I showed them my email that I have a meeting with Capcom. But the email I showed them was the meeting with Crimson Desert for the day before.
As an official PAX partner, I was not part of this plan.
Yeah.
I will just say this: he wasn't. But I also say this: that there were other people there in line in front of us. So how did they get in? 1, 2, I don't care how they got in because I got in too.
They have medical badges. That's why.
And exhibitors.
Yeah.
Well, for content creators, it would be nice some feedback to get in a little early if you're prepared. Like if you get there early, so we can actually cover these games.
Also, Capcom, feel free to reach out anytime. We would love to schedule next time so we don't got to fight with the line. But like as an example, I'd love to give impressions on Onimusha. Can't do it.
Yeah, or Pragmatic. Can't do it.
Can't do it. The lines are too long.
No.
It's inefficient for us.
Short, but they took forever.
Well, they're very long demos.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I know. Because the line was maybe 25, 30 people, but it took 3 hours to get through the damn line. So
yeah, it's very inefficient for us for what we're trying to do. So yeah, Capcom, please, we would love to get a private viewing of the game like we're able to do with many other big developers.
Or even it's just like Bandai Namco, where you just get us in. We just go to the front of the line because we're media.
Yeah.
You let us. I might even ask for anything special. Just hey, we're there to do coverage.
Yep.
Bring eyeballs to your games.
I've been supporting you since the 80s. Literally, I'm sure you. I think all of us have, right?
Yeah.
For several decades, we've been supporting you guys, your game. So it would be nice to get in. But point is, we got in. We had to get scrappy to get in, and we got to play it.
I really thought we were going to get thrown out.
You did?
That last enforcer that came up to us.
I never thought we were getting top.
It was right at the very, very first. Like,
I got so many tricks I could have pulled out of my sleeve, man.
I thought somebody was going to get in trouble, but it wasn't going to be us.
Yeah. But no, they came like right up to us, and I thought for a very brief second, I was like, "Oh shit, here we go." And the guy's like, it was like 3 minutes to, and the guy's voice comes out, just like, "Okay, I'm not gonna throw you out, but how in the
the guy who came up to me?
Yeah. It was like, how in the hell did you get in here? I thought for sure he was gonna throw us out right away. I was like, "Oh shit, here he comes," because he came flying into that booth pretty quick.
But then I gave him the answer, and then he said, and by the way, really nice mustache.
Yes,
Nice.
Oh, dude, that was the whole show.
Yeah.
It let him get away with that. It let him get away with just walking into the Nintendo booth without anyone know what the fuck is going on and playing games.
Yeah.
So as soon as they escorted us to Crimson Desert again on Monday.
Yeah.
And like I had to go up to him and introduce myself, and it was, I think, a different crew working.
Yes,
It was. Thank
It
God.
was. Thank God, yeah.
Yeah, and long story short, we were able to reschedule, and at 9:55 bolt to Capcom, which all you needed was to be able to cross that line. When PAX opens, people run
Yes.
to the booth. Yeah, like it's pretty wild. So thankfully we're able to get in and play the game. Like right when we left the booth, what did I do? I took off my jacket. And I took off my glasses. I took off my 2 descriptors. Just in case.
The stash is the biggest descriptor.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I know the stash is, but if they say, glasses, sun's jacket, and a stash, and all I have is a stash.
Yeah.
I might be safe. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like playing a video game.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got to play Resident Evil Requiem, guys. Very excited about it.
Really,
dude,
really nice.
God.
The demo was fantastic. I wish I had more time.
Yeah.
Like, I was more frustrated when the demo ended because I wanted to keep going.
You're right.
Same.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It scared Nate so much he fell off the chair.
Okay.
Yeah, he literally fell off the chair. I didn't even know because I got my headphones on, and the whole booth is dark.
Look,
this is the only one we went to with no lights on, which is cool because it's like that's how it should be when you play Resident Evil, right?
I didn't fall out of the chair. I want to be very clear here. The chair broke.
The chair broke.
It collapsed.
Yes.
And I went head over heels and nailed my fucking hernia on the ground. And then I just sat there. I'm like, what the fuck do I do now?
Yeah, right.
I'm in extreme pain.
Yeah.
I got broken chair with a stick up my ass.
Yeah.
What? And everyone, and Eric's the only one who knows what the fuck's going on. He's laughing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so no one, did no one see this? I know it's pitch black in here, but
no one saw it.
Literally, someone's got to come handle this before the next group comes in.
Yeah.
And then out of nowhere, finally, some people are starting to stand up. Some lady sees it and goes, "Oh my God!" I'm sitting here holding 2 sticks in my hand.
Oh, wow.
I'm trying to be nice and put the chair back together. Then I realized, no.
They're broke.
This chair's broke. It's fucked.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck I did. All I did was go to stand up, and the chair just went.
Collapsed. Yeah.
I'm like, so I was in pain.
I was looking at you. I'm like,
Monday.
okay, is he fine? Is he fine? Okay, I'm good. I can laugh.
I was in pain all of Monday.
I know you were.
I have a very high pain threshold, but
Yeah.
let's just say it was very painful the rest of the day. But that being said, didn't change the pet. The game was great.
Yeah.
Maybe some better chairs next time, guys. But
Yeah.
the game was fantastic.
Nice.
Yeah, we got where is it?
Oh, the pin.
There it is.
Yeah.
Resident
No,
Evil
no.
Requiem pin from what is it? Penny
Penny
Arcade pin trading.
Nice.
Very nice.
That was pretty cool. And lo and behold, latest rumor coming to Switch 2.
Okay.
Yep. Believe
Couldn't
that.
record any footage though, guys.
No.
Sorry. So that's one of those ones that no footage was allowed. You couldn't even take out your phone.
Yeah.
You didn't kick you out of the booth. They
Yes.
warned us.
Yes.
You
they
take
did.
your phone out, you're out of here.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes,
They
very
had
strict.
signs everywhere.
Yep.
And I don't know why. The demo was very well put together.
Yes.
Like it didn't feel buggy or anything.
Just
like
tough.
it literally felt like you're playing Resident Evil right now.
Yeah.
Like you're just playing another great Resident Evil game at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know why either. we also had a disposable camera on us,
Yeah, I know you
and
did.
Michaela's like, you know,
Did she
wow.
snap a photo? I
No,
swear to
she
God.
didn't. No, she said it to me. She's like, wow, you know, it says no phones, but we got a disposable camera. I'm like, ha, well played, but I'm
Yeah.
good. I'm good.
It'd be hilarious if you guys would have had a Polaroid camera and you're like, hey, this ain't no video recording, just a giant flash that everyone in the room sees, and you take a Polaroid of it.
Yeah, right.
Right.
That would have been so funny. But no, it was a really good demo. They did it again.
Did you guys walk away like more excited for the game,
Yes.
even though you're probably already excited?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to get the game now, whether it comes to Switch 2 or not.
Really?
Yeah, because Village was just okay to me. It was just okay. I had a good time with it. It just, I don't know. It's something about it just didn't quite click with me, and I'm not really sure what exactly it was. But this one already, just this little section, no ability to do combat. You really got to think. You really got to use all the items that you find at your disposal. It really made me feel like old school Resident Evil all over again, back when it was more horror than action.
Yeah, I see that.
Good.
Yeah, again, there will be some action, of course. There isn't all of them, but this one very felt like it was leaning into the horror aspects, which I'm like, fuck yeah. So I'm all about that. So even if it doesn't come to Switch 2, I'll pick it up.
Same. It made me more excited for Silent Hill F.
Yeah.
In 3 weeks.
Yeah, as I hope that can hold up.
What on PS5?
Just in general as a game.
I think it can. Silent Hill 2 remake was stellar.
Yeah.
Yeah. I reviewed it. I loved it. All right. Maybe we should give a little shout out to Genki.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Oh,
You want to handle that, Nate?
Oh boy.
Shout out to Ling from Genki. He's their marketing manager that was there. Hooked everyone up. Would have hooked up Gamebird too if he was still there that day. To be fair, we didn't know they were there until that night when Genki reached out to me and said, "Hey, you're at PAX West. Why didn't you stop by our booth? Didn't know you had a booth. Why? Because the booth was not named after their company. I wonder why. I wonder why. You ended up with Nintendo. I wonder why you didn't name your booth after your own company name.
2 bags full of goodies.
Wow.
A lot. They gave me a few stuff too, like the new version of the attack vector, but they've already sent me a bunch of stuff before. They basically were just giving me what they didn't already give me. There's a couple more items they're going to get to me later, but yeah, shout out to them. They've been super nice to us this whole time. They have some prototypes they're working on for new grips for the vector that we got to try out and vote on, as did everyone that was there. They're just super friendly. They're down to earth. They seem to get it. It's the biggest thing I got from this. They really seem to get it. So again, I'm not officially working with them in any official capacity, but I appreciate them wanting our feedback and giving us the stuff to try out. And who knows, maybe I work with them in the future. Obviously, guys, you know, I'm still technically sponsored by D-Brand for like till the end of next week. And I don't know if that's going to be re-upped or anything. And this is just my completely unbiased opinion. I held the attack vector finally, the new one, with a Switch 2 in it. Plus, I have mine with the D-Brand one. They're both very good. I think no matter which one you buy, you're going to be very happy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one thing I like about it: quality accessories. So.
And you guys already know, everyone should know, I've been kickstarting Genki for years. I think 4 or 5 products I've kickstarted.
Nice.
So I'm a big believer in them. So to obviously meet them, for Nate to set that up, that was really nice. Obviously,
also funny story there. When I first went to the booth, Yulia's sitting there recording me testing out their prototypes and stuff, in case I want to do some videos. And one of the people that were working at the Nintendo booth were there literally buying accessories.
No, I think they were just looking. I don't think they actually bought anything.
No, they did.
Oh, they did?
They bought an attack vector.
Oh.
Yeah. And as you walked away, Ling goes over with the camera quick and snaps a picture of him holding the Genki peg with the staff logo on the back for the Nintendo Switch 2 because
This is the attack vector, by the way.
there's a lawsuit going on right now.
Yeah.
So and he's literally laughing like it's hilarious. Like I'm being sued and here's Nintendo buying our shit.
Yeah.
Like it is what it is. Granted, to be fair, guys, like it might not have been a real Nintendo
No, it's
employee.
more likely just a booth worker.
It's probably just a booth worker. I don't think a real full-time Nintendo employee would have been caught dead at an active lawsuit company's booth, but it was kind of funny. It was literally happening right in front of us. So like, this is hilarious. That said, great products, very friendly, can vouch for anything I put my hands on there anyways, and stuff I already had. I've already talked about this before, the Moonbase. Maybe the greatest power strip ever made. At least for modern times. Obviously, all that USB-C stuff on it wouldn't matter 10 years ago, but
yep.
Very, very happy with it. Literally on my set right now. Love it.
Nice.
The products are great. So
also, quick shout out to Sandware.
Yeah.
Hooked us all up.
Yeah.
You wanna?
Yeah, they do spatial audio. They're a new company that is breaking into. They don't like to call it the headphone space. They had a name for it. I don't remember, because they're really about spatial audio and they mean it. Like they have a guy that's like taking the most popular like anime series and recreating some of the sound effects in it, not the voice acting. That's all copyright, but like the sound effects, like footsteps, climbing ladders, stuff like that, and basically enabling you to listen to that anime with their audio improvements. And it's crazy. Like if there's a rock thrown off, and it's like 3D audio basically, but adding the things that never had it. And it doesn't stop at anime. They had it for Breath of the Wild on demo as well.
Really?
And it was fucking wild. I take my left footstep into the water. I felt like my ear just got splashed with fucking water on my left side. How great the fucking audio was. It was so fucking cool. Like I've been wearing headphones playing Breath of the Wild a billion times. I've never had this happen because there is no 3D spatial audio. And that just doesn't exist. And here I am. Holy shit. Like I felt like I was hearing the game for the first time. It was fucking wild. And they had a special prototype I was supposed to listen to, but I just didn't get that opportunity. Their booth was really starting to get kind of busy.
We were talking
to Boo Many.
At the wrong time. Yeah.
Granted, you guys were more talking to Boo Many. I was off talking to the CEO of the company.
Yeah.
But got us all hooked up, of course.
But we were also there at the wrong time.
These are
the wrong day.
Well, that's a whole different thing.
Yes,
I don't want to get into that. It's behind the scenes stuff.
I know.
That said,
but that's why we were busy.
That said, well, they would have been busy probably any of the days. That said, got everyone hooked up, of course. There were because it was a meeting that I had. $300. Like they had two different versions, the $250 and the $300. They gave us all the $300 version. And I used them a little bit already. And I was just like literally watching like Netflix with it. And there was just certain shows here and there that I was like, what the fuck is going on? Now I know some shows on Netflix have 3D spatial audio support, but not all headphones have it. It's fucking crazy, man. They're literally like in ear. Like you put them in, then you twist them and they lock in. And they sound great. I mean, we all heard we all did a demo.
I didn't, but
Eric did, but Stash and Gamer did. It was very impressive.
Yeah, so I ran off to find Yulia.
How good this stuff is long haul, I don't know, but we all have one. They don't even care about it. They just want us to try it and give them feedback down the line. Let them know what we think. If we think there needs to be design differences, or if we think the sound isn't where we want it to be, the bass isn't where we want it to be. But yeah, I'm very, let's just put it this way. If I really like the product, you'll probably see them sponsoring me in the future. For now, I'm just in testing mode to see because this isn't a cheap product. They have some sales at times, but these are like high end, very high end. So
the CEO used to work at Beats. They're the ones. They were very high up at Beats, and then created this company, which is pretty cool. Okay, so one last thing we should shout out, because this is going to be a future guest. Had a meeting. I scheduled a meeting with Celia at Yacht Club for all of us.
Yep.
We couldn't get all of us in.
The most indie thing of all time.
Yeah, so as Nate and I went, it was at the hotel across the street.
Yep.
In their room, and yeah, it felt very indie, and I love that aspect. Right, I compared it to like the Michael Scott paper company.
Yep. Well, it's funny when we first walked in. It's a hotel room, guys. This is the hotel room they're staying in. We first walk in, they got the setup in the back, and I didn't recognize the other man standing there at first because I never looked at pictures of the employees. Celia is like always the public face of the company. So I didn't know who this person was until he introduced himself. And I'm like, all right. I'm like looking around for murder weapons. I'm like, this is how it goes down, isn't it? This is a Mina game, and we're about to get a Mina weapon to the side of our head.
I knew he was the creative director. So Nate's telling me this. I'm like, you didn't know that?
No, he introduced himself. Then I was like, okay, cool. I just didn't recognize what he looked like. I heard his name before, but
I know. So shout out to them, to Celia. We got to see a lot about Mina, and look, I've already played Mina. I have a video on it, and do you hear that?
We're getting some ASMR right now.
Oh, that was me.
Yeah, I know. Ripping paper over there.
No, I saw a stash with the candy earlier, and I'm like, you know what? I want to have the candy left.
Every episode. Yeah.
So yeah, I put out a video on Mina. Played through the whole demo. Nate, you played through the whole demo.
Yeah.
I love Yacht Club games. Huge fan of Shovel Knight. You are.
Yep.
I think we all like it.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say thank you to Celia for giving us your time, right? Like for spending an hour with us.
Yeah.
I got to say my takeaway, I had never met Celia, but she's very sharp. She knows her stuff. Very sharp woman. I was impressed, man. I was really impressed by the presentation. And again, I didn't care about the setting. I thought that was cool, actually, because again, you're like we're living the indie experience. I thought that was cool.
I know they're a small team overall, like 16 people, but like they're a bigger indie company. Like they got money, then that's not a problem for them. So like to have this be like the most indie thing of indie things from like a major indie company that could easily have their own booth. But I will be clear, she did explain, and we could probably share this part, why they don't have a big booth. And that was because they're finishing the game still. And to do a big booth, they have to bring the whole team out, and then it actually causes delays.
Which is great. Very smart. Yeah. And I'm glad they're focusing on the task at hand, which is finishing this game. Because, there's other games they probably want to work on too, right? There's other IP. And, again, I will say that we got new information. We just can't share it.
Yeah, we can't share any of it, unfortunately.
And you wouldn't want us to share this because it's really, we can say that it's really good information.
Yeah, the stuff we can't share, the Mina the Hollower guys, just watch out for this one. Like, it is way more than you think it is. Like, significantly more than you think it is. And it's already really good. The demo's already fantastic. There's some stuff we could talk about. Like there's a whole, we have it all on recording. What I was allowed, because she was just going through the demo, but it's not so much her playing through the demo that really was that interesting since we've already done it. She explained a lot of the reason they made certain decisions and certain things they did with the character. That was all really fascinating.
Game design choices.
And that is something we can talk about because that was all part of the official recording part. And we probably will eventually. Again, she's coming on our podcast on October 22nd. So already having that background information gives us a good way to kind of kick off, the interview with her and all that stuff. Yeah. Already having that info, and she knew she was coming on anyways. And it gives us more material to work on if we decide to make another, like if Stash wants to make another video on it, or if we decide to do something, next month. because pretty sure we're going to get review codes. I don't think that was even a question. It sounded like, based on what she said, that like that's just like a shoe, and like it's just going to happen. And she,
we know the date. We know the date. I'm not going to say it, but we know the date.
Yeah, we know. And she first off, I mean, we all know, if you guys watch the podcast, there's always that little tiny rivalry that RGT tries to push with Game and Talk and us, because they're also on Wednesdays. Celia is a co-host of Game and Talk. But like, she doesn't give a shit about any of that stuff. She literally, she said this one interesting thing about, we're on the inside now. Like, we're like family. We're like friends. You know, like she trusts us. And like, that's so, like, for someone that we've never met before, and I've only had like a vague one-time Twitter DM interaction with her, to like get that feeling that she just knew that we are a crew that could be trusted. But that to me is so special, that people can recognize that without ever really knowing us, that we are the ones you can show stuff to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're
not a lot
out there. Because like, hey, I'm a channel always talking about leaks and rumors, and people just assume I'm going to leak everything. But no, I'm not. There's so much shit I know that I don't put out there, because that's out of respect.
Right.
You know? So, yeah, this game, it's incredible. You guys are going to be even more shocked by it, and hopefully some of the stuff she told us will be revealed by them. But if not, that's okay. It might be a total surprise, which is cool. But I'm very impressed with this game. Very impressed with some of the design choices, the inspirations behind some of the choices they made. I'm very, very happy, and I'm very happy she's coming on our show, because hopefully by then she can talk about some more of this stuff with you guys. Since she still will, I mean, technically we can already put the video out if we want, but I think she'll want to put it in her own words.
Yeah, I agree. So that was a real highlight. I just wanted to put that out there and say again, thank you formally to Celia for giving us your time. It was really good.
Yeah. Really,
also, we got these awesome pins.
The
that say
nice.
bone up on them. Yeah.
Pins.
So cool.
Pretty cool. Yeah.
Okay. So,
all right.
All in all, PAX, huge W.
Loved it.
Nice.
Tons of impressions
coming from it isn't even here yet, guys. Just wait.
Yep.
I mean, the other thing was like, it was like halfway through the first day, and we're like, so we're doing this again next year, right? Yep.
Yeah, we already knew.
Yeah, it was just like, we stepped foot on that floor, and we're like, yep, we're doing it again. This is
right
the
now,
other thing, right?
This is the closest thing to what E3 used to be.
Yeah.
Man.
It felt like E3.
Yeah.
It really did. In like all the best ways.
Extravagant. I will say that.
No.
The booths aren't nearly as extravagant, but the feeling's there. The demos are there. The games that you want to play, the media, yeah, it's all there. Like it's way bigger than PAX East. It's not even close. Yeah, I mean the big boys were all there besides PlayStation and Xbox. So
yeah, maybe they'll
be there. You know, it's got to be the right time for them. So maybe they'll be there next time. You never know.
Yeah.
So yeah, PAX Plus was great. We're already planning to go back next year, so it's gonna be all good. Yeah. The only thing I'm gonna attempt to do is get a hotel that's even slightly closer. We'll see.
It was what?
It wasn't about how far the walk was. The uphill both ways, walking 8 miles a day already.
Yeah.
You already know how much walking we're going to be doing. You already know after we're done with the event, we don't even go back to the hotel. We walk some more.
Yeah.
So it's just
And when you're not walking, you're standing stationary, playing a game and shifting your weight between each leg.
You're at Nintendo and they let you sit.
Yeah, exactly. That's a game changer.
It's almost like I kind of wish Nintendo was on Monday, because that's the point I really needed to sit more. Okay, let's get to our last topic, because we still got the Q&A stuff. Kind of make this kind of a quick predictions round for Nintendo Direct next week. All right. We gotta get those quick predictions in, because I don't believe Sandstorm's on next week.
No, I don't think so.
I got to double check the guest list here. No, I'll go check the guest list, because I don't even remember who's on next week. But that said, let's start with the Sandstorm, the big yawner, the ASMR. Give us some predictions.
Is my back back here? Oh, here it is. Okay.
Let's suppose the direct. Oh, there we go.
Okay. So, what are we talking? Date? What's showing? all the fun stuff.
I mean, the date seems to be 11th or 12th. That's according to Hate. So what do you think is going to be there?
Oh man. I think we start off with Prime. I think you get it like first and foremost, boom, like right there. You're like, oh snaps, we're right into it. Yeah, I think they talk and get a little more elaborate with Prime. You start shaking in your boots because you know that this is it. This is the one, right? This is the final time that we see it, and it finally gets a reveal of the release date. I think that's going to be, they're going to start off really heavy with that, and then they'll do their little transitional thing and recap everything that we already know about Metroid Prime, and then talk about how it's releasing. And then, according to one of you, I don't remember which one, but you might get that shadow drop. I think you'll get that shadow drop of a Metroid, either 2 or 3. I don't know if it's going to be both.
That's me. I've been firm on that.
I think it's coming. I think it's coming. The hype is here. I think we'll get the Final Fantasy. I think that'll show up again. We'll get a release date for that. Everything's gonna start coming in line now at this point. So you're going to get the Final Fantasy. You're going to get Elden Ring as well. Crimson Desert, since you guys have been talking about it. I don't know if you see it this time. I feel like it's something that's going to show up just a little bit later. But I think that is still going to come. I think you get Indiana Jones again. I think that'll show up again. Even though we had just saw it, somebody else's presentation, right?
Yeah, Gamescom.
Okay. So I think they'll talk about that again, make that official. You will get NBA 2K. That'll get talked about, even though the game I feel like comes out next week or this week.
Comes out on the 5th.
Okay. So you'll get some talks about that. Man, I'm trying to remember all the things that we may have seen. I feel like there's going to be a couple indies that show up in there as well.
Like ones we don't know about?
Yeah. I do think Microsoft is going to finally show with something. I'm not going to say exactly what that's going to be, but I feel like they show up in some form or fashion outside of Indiana Jones that you're going to get. I can't say if it's Starfield. I can't say if that comes in the form of Activision Blizzard and it's Diablo 4. But I'm going to say that it is going to be something that Microsoft finally gives, and you're like, finally. Okay, now we're moving into the cycle.
Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. See you, thief. I just told that right now. That's what I think it's going to be.
I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't. Or if it was, my fault. I also think that we finally get a first look at COD, because it's getting close. It's starting to get close. We've already seen it being revealed. So we already know what it looks like. I feel like we're going to either that's going to be a direct announcement, or it's going to sneak into a sizzle reel and somebody will be like, wait a minute, was that looked like Call of Duty. So we get that. I feel like we're going to get a lot more from the third parties. One that I'm really looking forward to, and I know not a whole slew of people who are really talking about this at all, but I just feel like they kind of go hand in hand with Nintendo at this point in time. But I feel like now it slipped my mind. It always slips my mind. The ninja game, not
Ninja Gaiden.
Ninja Gaiden 4. Yeah. I feel like we finally get to see a little bit of that. I know that Microsoft, as of right now, I think they have some sort of something where they're getting a lot of the FaceTime for that game. But if that's not under wraps with them for the time being, then I definitely feel like Ninja Gaiden will show up. I do think that we will get a look at the Tales of whatever the latest one. I think it's Zillia, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think that will get shown off and talked about. I just think this is going to be a big direct. Like, I think it's going this one. I feel like we've been kind of anorexic, if that's the right word that I want to use. Been a little bit skinny lately. That it's time to get a little greedy, get a little fat, if you will, on the direct. And I feel like this is the one that's gonna show a little bloat. It's going to be the one that really sets up what we're looking at for the Switch, at least up until early springtime. So yeah. And if I dare say, I'm going to say it again. I do think we see Mario in some form or fashion.
Okay. Eric.
Wow.
Yeah. What I'm thinking, kind of opening with Splatoon Raiders, and then closing with join us for our Metroid Prime 4 Direct at X date.
My soul.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, and fill in your blanks between those two, because there could be a lot of different shit coming out.
All right. Stash.
Okay. So again, as far as the date, we've been on this same page for a long time. I don't know how many months, but I know it's been at least over a month. I think it's been. Oh wait, we're in September now. We're talking about this in July. Okay. We're talking about the general direct that has to happen for logical reasons. We talked about the Mario direct that has to happen for logical reasons. And we talked about the Metroid direct that is going to need to happen for logical reasons. Logic's going to check out on all three of those, in my opinion. Now, we did a short video, right, at PAX, talking about potential direct. I did mention that I could see Mario and the general direct being combined into one. And then I learned today that apparently people are talking about this. Not me saying it, of course. But that this actually might happen. But the reason I said that, again, I explained myself at PAX, was logic. It's on a Friday night. The mood is right. We're going to have some fun. We're going to show you how it's done. TGIF.
Hell yeah.
Sandstorm, you remember the song? You remember the
Yeah,
TGIF
that's why
song? Okay.
that's why I was laughing.
All right, good. But dude, Friday night, that gives you something to look forward to. I feel like if they schedule it for a Friday night, again, it could be Friday morning, but I was so hyped to watch that big Switch 1 presentation. It wasn't really a direct. It was the big unveiling, and it was the big blowout, right? And to me, this feels like the big blowout. This is what it's lining up to be. But it was January 2017, and I remember coming home from work, and like, dude, this is so cool. I get to see everything about the Switch 1 on a Friday night for that live stream that Nintendo did. And I feel like, hey, that's a great way to celebrate Mario and to show all the games that are coming on a Friday night. There's something special about it. So I hope it's on a Friday night. I do. If it's not the end of the world, but that's what I'm hoping for. With that said, yeah, I could see Mario being obviously a big part of it because they'd be fitting in a Mario Direct. Either way, I think we see Mario Direct, Metroid Direct in the general in September. Metroid could happen in October, but I think we'll get an announcement. So I think we'll get the release date for Metroid and an announcement of a Spotlight Direct for Metroid. Again, look, hey, everyone said that Prime 2 and 3 aren't coming. We had Kiwi Talk saying he doesn't think so. But that it makes a lot of sense. And he doesn't know for sure. He did say all that too. I still think it makes a ton of sense. And I don't think the Metroid Prime book is the replacement for playing Metroid Prime 2 and 3. I think there's a reason that book's coming out too. And why it's continued to be a moving target. But again, I think it just makes too much sense for this to be like a Pikmin 1+2 scenario. All right, Assassin's Creed. It's been Peggy rated, and Star Wars is out today. So you've pushed it out the door now. Now you can announce Assassin's Creed. I totally believe it's going to be there. And hey, Ubisoft, you want to make some money? Want to make some easy money? You do switch 2 editions of the Mario Rabbit games. Easy money. Include the DLC. Done deal. And you should do that because that would appease your shareholders. Okay, Diablo 4. Yeah, I'm still on that Diablo 4 train. It makes too much sense. Mouse mode. Fallout. Fallout's been on my bingo card. Kiwi Talks. He talked about it when I brought it up. Fallout. He said, yeah, it's coming. It's just a matter of which one. Be it Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, or Fallout 4. Either way, don't care. I'll take any one of them because I enjoy all of them, and I think it'd be a great time.
New season coming.
Yeah. Again, this is all logical stuff that I've talked about. We have no inside information. This is just logic playing out. Hades 2 release date. Fully expect it. That's a day one game for me. Final Fantasy VII Remake release date. Fully expect. Red Dead Redemption 2. Still fully expect it. Resident Evil. I expect to hear about Resident Evil. Which one it will be, I don't know. They could say Requiem's coming next year. And we have Resident Evil 4 Remake coming first. I expect Resident Evil, obviously, on Nintendo. I would be surprised if we see Mafia come over. Mafia, the old country, come over to Switch 2. I wouldn't be surprised. It's the first time I've mentioned that game, but I wouldn't be surprised. Metal Gear Snake Eater. Again, that's been on my list. Starfield has. I think we see Yuko replay. It's such a great game for Nintendo fans. We should see Ease X Proud Nordics. They should show some gameplay, at least in a sizzle. Sea of Thieves, obviously. 2K should be in a sizzle. Ninja Gaiden, yes. I want to see Metaphor ReFantazio. I want to see Mass Effect Legendary Edition port it. Again, it should be easy money. If these companies want to make easy money, listen to what we're saying. Okay? It's not that hard. The game underperformed. I got it for $5. The Steelbook Edition, $5, brand new. A game of that caliber should never be clearanced out to $5. And it wasn't just at one location. It wasn't just one store. It was Walmart. It was Best Buy. So it's not like some retailer overpurchased. This was everywhere. That shouldn't have happened. Bring it over to Nintendo, recoup some of your lost money there. I think I'm good with that for now. Obviously, we're going to do a bingo card. That's when look, again, bingo cards, guys, we should do one competitive one and one things we want to see. Because we're going competitive. That would be fun to me. That's where I throw in Just Dance. It's not a game I want to see. I know it's going to be there.
Right? Yeah.
All right. Nate, what do you got, man?
Okay. So I'm going to keep it super short. Obviously, Metro Prime 4 and all that's going to be there. I think they're going to announce a direct and all that. If there's no separate event for Mario, then something Mario happens here. I don't know what it is. Don't know if it's the new 3D Mario. It's possible they do a back-to-back event like they did with the the indie showcase and the partner direct last year. Or maybe they do it on a completely different day. I don't know. The only thing I'm pretty confident in is that this is going to be a general direct next week. So could be something Mario in there. But I really think that Nintendo has to show off some more first-party stuff for next year. And I say this because now that we are past Dragon Drive, nothing upcoming's made by internal Nintendo. Legends EA, Metro Prime 4 is technically Retro Studios, so you can argue that's internal Nintendo if you want, and that's fine. But that's also Switch 1. Like I'm talking about for Switch 2 here. Like Kirby Air Riders, it's Bandai Namco, Team Sora. Dust Bloods, that's from software. Splatoon Raiders, technically, that's probably internal. We don't know when that's coming though. Maybe we find out here. Maybe I expect to get the release dates for Elden Ring, Final Fantasy 7, all that stuff will be here. I think it's time for all that. But more than that, for me, I kind of expect there to be quite a few third-party games. I think Resident Evil Requiem gets shown here. It doesn't come out till next year. I can see them. We recently had an interview where Capcom was kind of talking glowingly about Switch 2. I won't put out the quotes that are in all the headlines because the headlines are a little wrong on the quote. But the bottom line is it's still a positive word that they were saying about Switch 2. I could see them wanting to get in with a big AAA next year, assuming that they assume there'll probably be a 10 million plus install base by then. I think they can find an audience there, especially if they can get it to run native. That's the big thing. Not what they did with Village on the cloud, put it native. They can get it to run native, and after Star Wars Outlaws, I see no reason a game like Resident Evil can't be. Resident Evil is not a big open world game. I think they can get that working. I think RE Engine has already proven itself on the Switch, let alone on Switch 2. So I think it makes sense. I don't think we're going to see Call of Duty, unfortunately. I don't think this will be the year. I think next year is going to be the year. If we do see Call of Duty, I think it won't be the new one coming. It'll be something like their Battle Royale one, whatever they call that one. I can see that coming over.
Warzone,
yeah, Call of Duty Warzone. I can see that being what they bring instead. And I only say that just because, the whole dev kit situation with Nintendo's been weird. And I think it's been weird with almost everyone, including Microsoft. So I kind of feel like that's why, we're still going to probably wait in one more year for the next Call of Duty to be kind of when it comes over to Switch 2. Plus for, third parties, it's better to have a bigger install base by then for them anyways. Besides that, I think Sea of Thieves gets shown here. Nate the Hate's been very adamant that Sea of Thieves will be the first Microsoft game released on the platform, even though it's not the first announced for Switch 2. That would be Indiana Jones. But he said it's coming before Indiana. So I feel like, okay, if it's coming before Indiana, then that's got to be announced here. And I can see why maybe they would separate out the Indiana Jones from this, because Indiana Jones one might have overshadowed Sea of Thieves if it was in the direct. So I can see being like, hey, from Microsoft's big reveal, it's that. There could be Halo Master Chief Collection as well. Could be revealed. That would make people get pretty hyped if that got revealed. But I don't think there'll be much more than that. I think the Microsoft announcements are going to be pretty spread out, which is fine. Honestly, I'm cool with that. Now that they did a huge reveal at opening night live, now every event is open to seeing a big Microsoft reveal. So we could see a big Microsoft reveal for Switch 2 literally at the Game Awards coming up. So I feel like they're going to spread that stuff out more. Ubisoft, that they're going to come in with Assassin's Creed Shadows. I think they're just going to get it out the way. It'll be announced to be an early 2026 game. If they haven't gained your faith with Star Wars Outlaws, then you just have no faith in their ability to port. I don't blame you. Ubisoft's been kind of a train wreck for a while. I get it. But they proved with Outlaws, and I think they'll prove it again with Shadows, that they give a shit about putting quality stuff on Switch 2 because they have to.
Yeah.
They're at the point now they need sales. The company's in trouble. I don't know if you guys pay attention. Their stock's in the toilet. The company is not doing well.
Yeah.
That's why they've had all the layoffs, but it's more than that. The company itself is not doing well. So one thing they committed to after, ironically, Outlaws came out is, okay, maybe we got to launch our games in a better state. And then maybe people will not feel bad about buying a broken game. So that's why I think Shadows is also going to end up being a very good port. And it's very obvious after what I heard from that Ubisoft rep that they've had dev kits for a while at Ubisoft. So I would not be shocked to see them. Just like I wouldn't be shocked to see Mario plus Rabbids bundle, Switch 2 edition, 4K, whatever they call the damn thing, because they pretty much confirmed that's exactly what they were going to do years ago. Like the CEO basically outright said it out loud at an investors meeting. And then they said that they regretted not listening to Nintendo, where Nintendo said it would have been smarter to make this a once per gen IP. Too late now. Sucks. There's always the woulda, coulda, shoulda, because maybe David Soliani and the rest of the crew would still be there and we'd be getting a third game. But unfortunately, they didn't listen to Nintendo's advice and they paid for it. Nintendo knows their fans. This is a once per gen game. You make people miss it. They didn't do that. So, that said, I love both games. So I would love to see them get some updates. I'd love a free update. That would be my ideal world because I already own the games and plenty of people don't. So you can still have that paid version that would probably end up doing pretty well. Indie wise, I think there'll be some stuff in there. I'm not really sure what. Like we saw with that Campfire game last time, I think it's going to be something completely out of left field because not a lot of indie games have dev kits. So it's going to be something that's highly unique and takes advantage of the cameras or something like that. What I think we'll get another round of Switch 2 editions from Nintendo as well. I think this is going to be like a common theme every year for like the next 4 years. Lots of Switch 2 games getting Switch 2 editions. So you can take your pick of whatever game you think Nintendo's going to do that with. No, it's Mario's 40th coming up. You know, maybe some of those get Switch 2 editions. Maybe Galaxy gets a Switch 2 edition and gets released separately from 3D All-Stars. Something like that. I know Galaxy 2 Remasters a rumor out there as well. But yeah, I think there'll be a bevy of those as well. I think Nintendo knows, and now that not that I didn't know this, but I never heard it direct. So now that they are watching things like our podcast, they are watching content creators. That means they know, and the feedback's hopefully getting back to Nintendo Japan, and they have their own fan base out there doing things. That this has to be a big one. This direct, they can't just pussyfoot through this direct and just give us dates for things we already know and then make the big reveal be like Ring Fit Adventure 2. Like, that game can sell a lot, but that's a tweener game. That's not going to help your momentum right now. So I think they know that. I think Nintendo's acutely aware. I think they know what they're doing as much as sometimes fans think that they don't know what they're doing. I think they do. And they knew that they wanted to do this weird marketing thing, push each individual game with their own directs and everything until we got to the next general, which I think they planned the whole time to be in September. From the moment they did the Switch 2 Direct in April, they knew it's going to be a bit of a gap. It's going to be about a 5-month gap, but we're gonna get to that next Direct, and it's going to be hype as hell. Of course, I don't think they expected as much backlash on Mario Kart World as they got, so that probably threw a little wrench in their plans. Because people thought, like, you think about it now. It is kind of interesting that we're in September and no one's really talking about Mario Kart World anymore.
Yeah,
it's weird. That's weird. I'm not saying the game's not still selling. Of course it is. We see it on the sales charts. But now it's hit like now it's the casuals are where it's going to keep it alive. So we'll see what happens. That said, I think that let's see. Yeah, I think that might be it. They could, if they want to get me hyped, they drop a little teaser for Zelda's 40th as well, which according to people that we've had on our show, could begin as soon as January next year. So we'll see. We'll see. It's Nat and little Nash Weedle throwing that out there via Attack the Backlog for another channel. That 40th anniversary stuff could be beginning as soon as January next year, which is crazy to me because they've never started that early. But then maybe it makes me think that, like, yeah, they're gonna do stuff for Mario, but maybe it's not gonna be as big a deal as people think it is. Like, yeah, we get all hyped if it was like Galaxy 2 Remaster, right? But then it's like, okay, yeah. But if it's Galaxy 2 Remaster, and then it's like one other smaller thing, and then the Mario movie, we're like, okay, that's what you did. That's it.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like a whole lot for 40 years of Super Mario. That said, all I really want them to do is tease the next big 3D Mario game. That's all they need to do for me. I don't need an anniversary for that, but I would love it if they tease it at this Direct. Let's say they don't even do a celebration for 40th Mario. They just tease that at the Direct. I will be happy. That's all I need. The next 3D Mario tease with even a tentative 2026. I don't even care. Even don't even do that. Just tease it. Get people hyped. Because what Nintendo needs right now, and it feels weird saying this because we're Nintendo fans, right? Like, it ain't about the visuals. It ain't about the graphics. It ain't about blowing you away. They need a blow away game shown. Doesn't have to have a release date. But they need one. Just one. Because right now, everyone feels like, regardless of if it's true or not, that everything they're making could have been done on Switch 1. Nintendo hasn't proven why they need Switch 2. That's incorrect. But the problem is that everyone expected Switch 2 to show, from a visual perspective, a leap forward. And for a lot of people, it's starting to feel like PS4 to PS5.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we have Star Wars Outlaws now proving that it's not that. But from Nintendo, we don't yet. So they need that wow game. They need that jaw dropper. Maybe it's Monolith Soft's time to shine. Maybe we see their new IP. And that's the showstopper at the end. And we're just like, what the fuck is this? And they say, like, the world's next great RPG or whatever. I don't even know what kind of game it is they're making. I assume RPG because that's what they make. But yeah, they need a showstopper game. If they don't have a showstopper game themselves, then they sure as fuck better have GTA 6 or something in there. Like, you know, then you need a third party showstopper, and dropping a GTA 6 in there would, like, make people be like, pause for a moment and go, wait, what? Wait, what? Like, that's what we need. We need a wait what moment. And I hope that moment's a Nintendo game, but I'll take it if it's GTA 6. That'll also do the job, right? So, you know, it needs something like that, because Star Wars Outlaws, people were like, oh, that's probably gonna run like shit. Ubisoft's just desperate. Okay, it doesn't run like shit, but also it's not a game people consider to be very good. We need a game people consider to be very good, but also looks really good.
Yeah.
So again, I think Nintendo probably has a showstopper internally to drop. So I just don't know what it is, but there's got to be something they have where it's like, this has been only ever built for Switch 2. And here's what we can do. Yeah, I know the Zelda team will be a showstopper whenever they show the next 3D Zelda. I kind of feel like our best bet for that's next year for the 40th. Get a tease in there somewhere, because they like to tease that usually a couple of years ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
That I do think that's going to be a 2028 game. So 2026 makes some sense to throw the first teaser out. But that's a showstopper for like the summer next year. They need a showstopper now, and that showstopper could be 3D Mario. Literally could be that, depending on how it looks. So we'll see. It's got to be something, though. And well, that'll do it. Let's get into the super chats here and go through all this. We've had quite a few of them tonight. Thank you guys so much. Did you miss us? Feel like you know, the show's been, you know, it's only been a week since the last official big show. So the show is still on time, still on target. It feels weird that we had this whole trip between last episode and this episode.
Right.
Seriously. Stash, think about how much shit we did from last episode to this episode.
Dude, it's honestly crazy to think about. Like, you guys, I'm telling you, we worked from the moment we woke up.
Yeah. Early morning. Usually
Non-stop.
7 a.m. minimum. Yeah, nonstop.
I mean, how much shit we did in between last episode and the mini episode,
Even the mini
and then the
episode.
mini episode to now,
Yeah,
we
dude.
still did a lot of shit in between those two things too.
It's insane to think about how much we've done. And now it's like it's gonna feel like this next week's a lot of work too, but it's just me finally putting it all together rather than like doing new things. So Boo Mini gifted a membership over on Thunder Stash Gaming. Thank you, Boo Mini, for the support over our channel. Son Gakuga says Borderlands 4 on Switch 2. Yeah, we talked about it. It's I think it's a good enough experience for most people. If you want split screen co-op, unfortunately, though, that is not in the Switch 2 version of the game. So if that's like a game breaker for you, I get it. Eric and I played a lot of that split screen and his friends back in the day with Borderlands. So I get that being a big appeal for some. Of course, in the modern day, we know most people play online, so it does have that. But yeah, I think it'll be a mostly enjoyable experience. But again, need to see more. Early demo build, there was some hitches and stuff, so we'll see.
What's supported.
Yeah.
Forgot to add that in there before.
Yep. Joe Taku, NBA Jam is goated.
Hey,
we got the five time. MMXJK over on Sasha's channel says Sega and Atlas bring back Snowboard Kids.
Thank you.
Yes.
I told one of the reps because I had
That's
lost
right.
the bet that I was wearing the Toad hat. You loved the Toad hat. I'm like, we said, we want to bring back Snowboard Kids, and the guy's like, I'm not the one to ask. I'm like, but pass it along, please.
Yeah, he said, but he'd love that. He's like, I can't make that happen, but I'd love to see it.
I will say this: the first time we ever have like private demo sessions with Sega or Atlas or both, we have to bring it up.
Oh yeah.
Like, hey, before we get into this demo, I'm really excited for this game. I have one question. Tell me Snowboard Kids coming back is possible.
NSO.
Just tell me it's possible. You can just say anything is possible, and we'll take that as a win.
Right.
I just want you to know the demand is there. Even if it's just the Nintenbyte Podcast.
100%.
Even if we only sell 300 copies and it's just this show.
Yeah, right.
The demand is there.
Yeah, right.
Demonic Brawler says, okay, who else would like to play an official 2D HD The Legend of Zelda roguelike game with Easter eggs and every key item from every single 2D The Legend of Zelda game ever made with a great Deku skill tree?
Great Deku skill tree.
I think
Clever.
it's fun, hilarious. I'll play the shit out of it. It'll also never happen. But I think it's, I guess never say never.
Right.
Watch, he has an inside track. He already knows.
Yeah.
yeah.
But I don't think Nintendo is, it would be trusted to a third party company to make that.
Mhm.
And you can never say never. At one point we didn't think Hyrule Warriors would ever be a thing. So
Right.
Cadence of Hyrule, never thought that would be a thing. You never know with Zelda. So
Yeah.
Venny coming in says, welcome back, Mr. P and friends. Shout out the Stash for sacrificing his body for the glory of victory. Yeah, he's still got the mark. You can literally see it. Yeah. When it initially bled, it almost went away for a moment because all the blood came out, but it was always going to come back. Yeah.
The great blood.
I'll show you guys. That's here's the light.
Yeah.
Oh, can you see it?
Yeah, it's there. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, the lighting's bad.
Yeah. No, we can
The
see it.
steam room helped it a little bit.
Did it?
Yeah, that's what I was telling you guys. The steam room,
Yeah.
man. It's like it's like a healing chamber.
Yep. Tap the backlog. Good to see you guys back. Hope you're all well. We are.
Yeah.
We all made it home safe.
Gamebird got well. He was sick the one day. Oh.
Yeah. He was pretty rough that day, but rest did him well.
Yeah.
So Boo Many, welcome back, and definitely excited about the directs happening this month.
Heck yeah.
Boo Many, it was a pleasure meeting you and your
Yes.
husband.
Yes, it was.
He makes some cool shit, by the way.
Yes, he does.
We might have to work with him direct. We get some podcast stuff made. That'd be sick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, custom Pokemon cards. Which
I have a special request: custom Nintenbyte Podcast Pokemon cards.
Ooh.
For the 4 main characters.
Yeah, right.
The new Elite Four.
Ah.
I'll let you decide. I'll let you decide what our moveset is. I swear, if it's shrink for me,
Yes.
Shouldn't be giving ideas because that's what'll happen.
Oh yeah.
GG Stash is Karkun.
Yeah.
Probably for your victory.
Yeah.
Thank you, my friend.
Demonic Brawler. Who's buying Hollow Knight Silk Song? I am.
Oh yeah,
Oh
absolutely.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's like the best $20 you can spend this week.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, steal.
Happy birthday to Gamebird again.
Mhm.
He's out having birthday celebrations with the fam and friends. Mr. Black, $20 over to Stash, saying his Elden Ring Tarnished Edition is so bad on Switch 2. I'm getting it regardless, though. Well, we went over it. Yeah, we don't find it to be that bad. We find it to be perfectly playable, and we think, hey, this is where it's at now. It only gets better from here. Traditionally, but from soft.
And 4K 60 FPS footage will be coming because
The game isn't
captured
in,
it in.
yeah, just to be clear. The game isn't in 60 FPS, just to be clear, or 4K. But
Yeah, off screen.
we're trying to give you the crispiest footage that we can, so you can get the best look at it. Render it in 4K. No, that doesn't mean the game's in 4K. We're just, with compression on YouTube, it's actually better to do the 1080p in the 4K. You actually get a truer look at what it actually looks like. So, all right. Demonic Brawler. I can't wait to see 007 First Light footage on Switch 2. Yeah, there was a direct for today, but that was for Sony State of Play. So we haven't technically seen like full Switch 2 gameplay of it yet. But you have a feeling it's going to be another impossible port that will blow minds on day one. Yeah, I think it's going to do really well. Like truly do really well. So I'm very excited to actually try it. They did a good job with Hitman. A little rough at launch, but they patched it up pretty quick. So I think they're just people that haven't had the dev kit quite as long as some others, but this game isn't out yet. So yeah, looking forward to it. I wish we could have downloaded it there. It would have been pretty neat to give it a try. Taker 610. Nintendo had called it the Switch More. Then Switch 2 editions would be aptly called Switch More editions.
Yep.
Nice.
Mr. Black, the 20. Head on a swivel. Let's go. That's right. It's always got to be on a swivel out there.
Mm-hmm.
Or apparently my ass has to be on a swivel.
Yep.
Because I'm fucking chair.
Yeah, right.
Oh my god. They were like some of the cheapest fucking things I've ever sat on. I swear they went to like the local dollar store and just bought them out. Anyways,
those were AliExpress.
No, I regret
IKEA
regret to this day that I didn't play it up so we could play the other two games.
Yeah, right.
I guarantee you, because I got hurt in their booth, that I could have probably got us in to play the games, skip the line, and just been like, I can't wait in line anymore, man. My hernia hurts. I should have played it up. It really did hurt. It wouldn't have been hard.
Yeah, right.
Just stop being such a tough, hard ass, Nate, and let the tears out. And we probably could have played Pragmata right away and played Onimusha right away, because they're like not going to make me wait in line for hours and hours in pain, you know. But I don't know. I wasn't thinking about that at the time. I'm too much of like, don't show your weaknesses. Don't let them see you bleed, unless you're stash.
It's your stash, and you're using it to your advantage.
Yeah. I go broke buying Resident Evil and Legend of Zelda games. Hell yeah.
Yep.
Pokemon fan. How do you know the ending of it when you don't know the ending of Ocarina of Time?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yep.
One was played as an adult. The other was played when I was 12. That's how. Sorry that, you fast forward 27 years that my memory's not as good.
Right.
God damn it. By the way, I have beat it again last year. Finally. As an adult, I finally beat Ocarina of Time again. Go to. Just drop the $5. Thank you so much. I don't know if there was meant to be a message with it, but there isn't. Demonic Brawler then says, gotta love 28 days later Ubisoft sale. Yeah, that's the thing. If you don't want to buy Star Wars Outlaws now, end of the month, it'll probably be 50% off.
Yeah, or wait till Thanksgiving.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, by then it will be. Yeah. But I gotta say, it's not a bad deal on launch. Gold edition is their standard edition. That's not a bad deal.
$60.
It's not bad. All the DLC. It's
Nope.
Go look at the prices on other platforms to get it with all the DLC. You see, this isn't bad. We're not used to this. So, Water Brawler then says Thunderstash said, "Excuse my language," is hilarious. Yeah, I know. Meanwhile, Nate is like, "I'm Nintendo Prime, bitch." Yeah, I got no problem cussing. I mean, I kept it professional with Nintendo.
Yeah.
Kept it professional with Celia. You know, there's times you got to keep it profesh, but you know, hearing Thunderstash swear in person is the best.
It is.
It's the best. When he was describing what he wanted to do to that cocky son of a bitch, I was bitching during the NBA jam. I'm like, dude, this is great. This is the kind of shit you'll never probably see on the podcast. But like,
Yeah.
Dude, seeing Stash in his natural element, ready to kick ass, it was awesome. Again, that's not saying he's not putting his real self forward, but he's like, I have a certain image I'm trying to like have here. Keep it profesh. Me, I don't give a fuck. Which is probably why Nintendo didn't invite me. I hope they saw it. In person, I could be very respectful and all. I'm just going to be me on my own shows. I mean, come on. That's just who I am. Jorge FT, with the whole narrative surrounding dev kits being the way it is, what was the difference between Nintendo and Sony and Microsoft in terms of curating dev kits? The only difference I could say definitively we know is Microsoft turned every Xbox Series into a dev kit. So if you couldn't get one from them, you could literally just buy an Xbox Series X and it's a dev kit. It's like $20 to unlock it as a dev kit. Anyone can. You order an
dev kit.
You literally, it's like $20 to unlock it, and you're now a dev. Yeah, so that was huge. No one's done that. So for Microsoft, very easy. Maybe not before launch, but after launch and forward, very easy. Sony, I have no idea. I assume it's probably easier to get dev kits from Sony because they're very reliant on third-party support. Like, that's why you buy a PlayStation. I know people talk about their big first-party game. I'm telling you, the games that sell best on the platform are third-party. It's been that way from day one.
Yeah.
They're very reliant on third parties. I bet you it's pretty easy to get a Sony dev kit before launch. And think about everything for PS5 leaked like almost a year ahead of time. Yeah, because the dev kits were out there, right? So, I think Nintendo are the only ones that are bigger sticklers because they're not as reliant on all that support. So, but that's just opinion, of course. I don't actually know. I could have probably talked to some devs about it, but I've personally never heard any complaints about how hard it is to get Sony dev kits. So, Golden Sun remake.
That'd be nice.
You all want that.
And that was because, Nintendo's watching. That's why it says, "Hey, Nintendo."
Yeah. Hold on. What's this tweet we're supposed to share? Wait, what?
Well,
what is this? Can you explain?
Not official.
Well, obviously it's unofficial,
but it's officially badass. So
it's something about NFL Blitz 26. It's just updated rosters, but obviously a fan mod. It's pretty sick.
It's cool either way. Yeah,
it's pretty sick.
Yeah, lots been going on in that community.
I'm sure because we all wanted to come back.
NBA Jam as well recently got an update.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, that I wanted to look into before PAX, but didn't have time. So I will be.
Paul Gale has a question that I feel like he knows the answer to. Will 007 First Light have a Paul Gale network skin?
Isn't that the default?
There it is. Bama Hut dropping the 5 gifted. Thank you so much, Bama. He actually did that to me twice. I appreciate it, bud. Appreciate the support. Our members are way down right now. We've had hardly any gifted over the last 2 months, so I do appreciate it. YouTube is censoring my comments over on Stash's side. Why are you guys overhyping an unannounced Nintendo Direct? I think if we get a Direct next week, it'll be disappointing. So why hype up nothing? Well, personal opinions are what they are. So there's that. A Direct being good or not is up to the individual.
Right.
I highly enjoyed the third-party Direct we had. And I thought the Indie World was actually pretty good. So I would say that's pretty 2 good events in a row. The only reason they felt weird is because we felt like we needed a general direct. That said, that is supposedly what is coming next week. And when you talk about overhyping an unannounced direct, well, all the usual suspects that say something before an actual direct happens have now come out. We've had VGC corroboration, Nash Weedle attack the backlog, and obviously Switch Force is now proven to be really accurate come out. But then we had the ultimate Nate the Hate come out and say it now too. So we're at the point now where like it's happening. It's next week. This is how it goes. This happens every time before a direct. These are the people to pay attention to. When they're all in alignment, it's happening. So that's the reason to talk about it. 2, it's fine if you think it's going to be lame. In fact, I would argue that's probably a healthy approach because that means you'll probably end up liking it.
Facts.
Because you're probably going to think it sucks. And then when it doesn't, you're going to be like, oh shit, this is great. Or you're just one of those people that just thinks everything sucks no matter what they do. So if one of those people, then it is what it is. But hey, I'm sure Stash appreciates the $5.
Yeah. Thank you. I read your comment earlier and you asked why we're overhyping an unannounced direct. And again, it doesn't need to be announced for me to know it's coming.
Right.
Again, if you've been tuning in, been saying this for months, and it's all tied to logic. Logically, all these things need to happen, right?
So many release dates,
And even then,
and they are exciting things, right? I mean, all the third-party games, the big general direct, that's exciting. Mario's 40th, that's really exciting. Metroid's really exciting. I don't think that's overhyping.
No,
That's just being exciting about what's to come next because this is this needs to happen.
I mean, let's put it this way: Kirby Air Riders, Metroid Prime 4, Legends EA. Those are 3 reasons to be hyped, and Stash has played all 3 of those games. He's got lots of reasons to personally be hyped for this upcoming direct.
That's true. And I really loved all those games, and I didn't know how much I would love Kirby. I just didn't know, man. Like I didn't love the one on GameCube. I liked it. I liked the city mode. I didn't love the game. And this one I walked away wanting to play more. Which is obviously a big deal when you're at an event with tons of different games to play.
Yeah, which is why you played it 3 times.
Yeah. For me, that's a big
One
deal.
time was enough when I realized that it's kind of a scripted experience every time. So I was like, okay, you're just doing the same thing. But that's the thing about Kirby, though. You get different mini games, different stuff going on. So many characters and carts. So there's a lot of reason to keep wanting to replay it.
Also, like the games we rattled off about seeing at the direct, I hope everyone knows. I mean, maybe it's not clear though that we don't expect all of these games to be at the direct. Like all the games I mentioned, I don't expect all of those to be there. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that'd be the most insane direct of all time, right?
Yeah, I expect that some of these games might hit.
Yeah, like we expect these games to come someday, and a direct is a perfect time to announce some of them. Metal Gear Solid Delta. Yeah, they said it's coming.
Certainly not all of them though. In one direct, absolutely not. But I don't know the release schedules of all these companies, what their strategies are internally. But these are games that I'm like really confident in that will come to Switch 2. And it's really just a matter of what we always say. It's a matter of when, not if. Yep. So that's something to be excited about. Yeah. So maybe you should be excited too.
Yeah.
You know?
J-Views dropping the 20. Thank you so much. Did you guys get to play Hades 2? My guess is we could see that coming out around mid-October, possibly Halloween. Little Nightmares comes out on 10/10. Much love. I chose not to play it. Even though I could have. It was in the public Nintendo booth. So I could have played it. I chose not to because I don't. Stash, did you play it at the Switch 2 experience?
Yeah, I did. I made a video on it, a dedicated video, so I had no reason to play it.
Yeah. So It played fine, right? Like it played like you expected it to. I expected it to run really well.
Beautiful.
I don't expect there to be any issues with this game. The reason I bring this up is I didn't really feel like I needed to play Hades 2 when it's already out on PC. We already know it's great.
Yeah.
We already know everything about the game. There's no reason to expect there to be any problems with this on Switch 2. The news would be if there was problems. The fact that we're not hearing anything means I don't really feel like me playing it adds any value to any conversation around it because not at this point. Before the system came out, when Stash got to the Switch 2 experience, a little different. The game was so fresh. It ain't fresh anymore. That doesn't mean it's not a big release for the platform. It is, again, limited time console exclusive. So that's a big deal for Nintendo, for sure. But I don't think that me playing that demo is going to change anyone's thoughts on the game or my own thoughts because there's literally no reason that this shouldn't just run fantastic. All right, last one I have lined up here is Taker610 saying, here's to the floodgates opening next week. This is what we've been waiting for.
Yeah, right.
Hey,
This is what we've been waiting for.
I just took my headphones off because I heard something really loud outside. Look at that. You just said open the floodgates. Open up my app.
Flash flood warning.
Flood watch.
Nice.
But you're in the
Hey.
mountain. You're probably way safe.
No.
No, you're not. It comes right to you.
Dude, it hangs right over the house.
Does it really? Damn.
Oh,
Like
wow.
nowhere else I've lived. Yeah, it's wild.
Okay.
It's really fun though.
That's what you're hearing.
Yeah.
You gonna go outside and get in the boat for a ride?
Yeah.
Like literally, I've always been like, God, if I had like a flash flood, what would I do?
Yeah.
Kids, let's get the inner tubes out. Ancario says, here's how you know Nintendo is withholding dev kits is false. GDC survey results, 8% of devs said they were working on Switch 2 games in 2024. Not too different from 10% for PS5 in 2020. Switch 1 was 3% in 2017. Yeah, the weird thing about the Game Developer Conference survey results, and I remember talking about this extensively back in the day with Switch, is you realize that most of the developers that they talk to are actually just indie devs. So like they make a majority of their games for PC. So it's kind of like, oh, just because 8%, are working on Switch 2 games, I'm like, okay, it's 8% of like the 300 they surveyed.
Yeah.
So like it's a very small sample size and it's basically all indie devs. So like that seems like pretty on par. Oh, it's only 2% off from PlayStation 5. Yeah, because most indie devs aren't making their games for PS5 because they get buried by all the AAA stuff. They make it for PC and then they usually make it for Nintendo. So yeah, I kind of feel like I know I used to emphasize the GDC stuff a bit more, but after figuring out how it's pulled and how it's brought together, I'm like, okay, well, this kind of makes sense. Switch 1's at 3% in 2017 because no one believes in the platform. People believe in Switch 2, so it's at 8% of just those that are pulled. So yeah, I think if they pulled a much wider, if they went thousands and thousands of devs, I think you'd find out the percentage would be a lot lower than 8%.
Yeah.
You see the updated message from Uncario?
The updated one? No.
Says it's a survey of 4,500 people.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
It is.
There you go. I still am just going to say, I think the difference is just the interest in Switch 2 is higher than the interest was in Switch 1 in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
But doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Because I think Nintendo is starting to hand them out anyways. I think. I don't actually know. That's one thing we probably could have asked. Hey, is there like any truth to Nintendo being kind of sticklers with dev kits? I wonder if they would have said anything. I didn't even think to ask. I had an opportunity. Probably should have said, hey, I'm not looking to like start anything. The reports are already out there. I'm just like,
Right.
Is that true? Are you guys like is it just really hard to get dev kits right now? Not a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would have been nice just to ask. I was so focused on the games, I wasn't even thinking about it at the time.
Same. Like now that you're mentioning it, I'm just like, yeah.
Like it seems so obvious that like we should have at least been like, hey, just curious. Like, are you guys really still holding back dev kits? Or maybe they tell us something like, hey, we're backed up or some shit. We're like, oh, hey, all right. I don't know. Maybe it's nothing.
Yeah.
Would have felt like we had that opportunity, and because we were so focused on games, we just didn't think about it. I think one thing I would do next time if I know we have something coming up, is I'd probably make a pre list. Just a couple questions, not too much. Most of my questions would be game related after I play.
Yeah.
Like just a couple things I want to be like, hey, well, I have this opportunity. Can you comment at all on the dev kit situation? Can you comment at all on how do you feel about game key cards? Have you guys been feeling a lot of backlash at the company about that?
Yeah.
Or has it not really been that big to you and it's just social media bullshit with content creators? Just like stuff like that. Like just really simple, like stuff that they maybe can answer and not get in trouble for whatever they say.
I think those are fair.
Yeah.
Fair questions for sure.
Questions that consumers have. So
yeah.
Obviously, guys, you don't go to we could ask them a billion things if you're not going to get answers on certain things. Like, hey, when's the next Zelda coming? Like, they're not going to tell me that.
Right.
Like I can keep asking, but they're just going to keep saying no, and then I'm barred from future events.
Yeah, we should have asked them when what the release date is for the Ocarina of Time remake that they haven't announced yet.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it.
It's sitting there. Oh, you guys watch our podcast, so we've been talking about the Ocarina of Time remake for like a few years. Blink twice if it's 2026, 40th anniversary. Oh shit! You blinked 4 times. Is that surprise holiday?
Right.
No super chat came in. Michael Lorenz. What would it take to make this Nintendo Direct one that could never leave our memories, unlike Prime's memories of Ocarina of Time? Oh my god. For me, look, if they reveal a really major, like if they do an Ocarina of Time remake here, like from the ground up, it would take a moment like that, because I think back on like what are my most memorable stuff, like E3 2019, out of nowhere, Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah.
Which blew me away. I think back to the Switch 1 reveal trailer back in October 2016, that Mario game on the TV that everyone said, oh, it's fake, it's CGI. It turns out, no, that's fucking Odyssey, baby. It's coming out a year from now. It's fucking sick. I'll always remember that reveal trailer because of that. And you'd be like, oh, because of Breath of the Wild. No. That's what I remember E3 for. No, I remember that trailer specifically because of it. So like a major, massive game that blows my mind is kind of like what I remember certain events for. So like it could even be the new IP by Monolith Soft if they do it right. Like I've been hoping that Metroid Prime 4 would be the one, but now I kind of feel like they're going to blow us out in a dedicated direct. So
I think for me it would be Ocarina of Time, 3D Mario, seeing the new one, Wave Race. I mean, I would never forget it.
Gotta get it in there.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the water graphics they could do today?
Oh, dude.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
We saw so much good water graphics at PAX, actually.
Talk about that with Crimson Desert.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we brought it up a lot. It'll be in the videos, probably. What else would be great? Yeah, Earthbound, obviously. Earthbound 64, the canceled project, if they decide to finish it and then release it on the NSO.
Oh, it'd be funny.
Earthbound or Mother 3 for GBA. They just updated the GBA app during the podcast.
They did, yeah.
1080p now.
Yeah.
Nice.
So now Mother can look even better.
They had to make it native with the Switch 2 screen, that's all.
Mike Tyson's Punch-Out 2 would be sick. I think Mike's cleaned up his image over the years, and I think he deserves opportunity at the title. Title of course, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out 2 on Nintendo. So yeah, that's something that I want to see sanctioned immediately. WCW versus NWO Revenge Part 2. I know we got WrestleMania No Mercy, but I want Revenge Part 2. I want Kid Icarus Part 4. This would be the 4th Kid Icarus. So I want to see that. I want to see Ice Climber 2. And I want to see the new Castlevania. Okay, I'm expecting the new Castlevania. I want to see the definitely the new Contra. I want to see a new track and field. Konami track and field games.
By the way,
yeah, dude, I was just gonna keep going and name off random games until you guys interrupt me.
I'm like,
yeah, I was like, dude,
this is kind of crazy.
I'm like, do you guys think I'm being serious right now?
I'm like, I don't know.
Right.
I'm waiting for you guys to start laughing or say something to me.
No, because I was sitting there. I'm like, okay, starting to go into some things that I'm like, those are neat, but that's what would make it memorable. I'm like,
right.
I'm literally just thinking of all the games on my shelf. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna name that game over.
I just sit there. I'm like, okay, this is getting a little out there. You know,
yeah.
That's like saying, hey, you know, they reveal although you know what, if they did reveal a new Yo-Noid game, I probably would be hyped.
Oh, that would go crazy.
I actually would remember that for sure.
Pre-order so fast. Yeah, I thought you guys would know I was bullshitting when I talked about Mike Tyson's Punch Out too.
Well, I sat there and I was like, I mean,
I have said that.
He has cleaned up his image.
He has. See, I try to make the bullshit believable by adding something like that that's plausible for it.
You got anything that would blow you away, Sandstorm?
Oh yeah. If we got another Star Fox and it was actually a new Star Fox.
Not a remake of 64 again.
Yeah.
Eric?
Snowboard Kids.
Snowboard Kids, yeah.
Absolutely.
Snowboard Kids.
A new NFL Blitz or NBA Jam.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Dude, oh my God. I'd like die and go to heaven if we got a new jam. Like a legit
not before you get a chance to play.
No. I'd come back though.
Yeah, I have a feeling
I'd go to heaven. God would beg Steve, it's not your time. You got to go back and play jam.
Yeah, I feel like if they ever release like brand new ones, I kind of feel like because of the long running super chat for it, that one of our podcast episodes is just nothing but us playing against each other.
Oh yeah, dude. You know I'm in for that.
I know you're in for that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like, shit. Can we let it be out for a month first? I got to fucking around. Because Stash is coming for blood, man. Right. Literally. This time mine, not his own. All right. That's all the super chats I see right now. Let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on and where they can find us. Eric Moore.
Yeah, you can find me here and on our Clips channel. I will get the rest of the clips up that I've missed since PAX, or just before PAX. But yeah.
All right. The Sandstorm McDowell, Mr. Deacon.
So you guys can find me on the Sandstorm Show Rebirth channel. Shout outs to Jack. He was going to be here too. Unfortunately, he was sick, but as a member of both Winging It Podcast and the Sandstorm Show, I figured I'd shout him out. Expect some music from him coming soon. He's got a release date. It's in October, early October. I can't remember the exact day, but I'm on there as well. Got some beats going. Actually, I think one of them I'm rapping on, but I can't remember. Anyway, so we air every Saturday at 7 p.m. Talk about gaming, news, and all the fun stuff, whether it's Microsoft, Sony, and of course Nintendo. We have a lot of laughs. We make fun of Risky a lot. He's started to come back home after he's been left for a while. He's finally back home, ready to get this work again. So welcome back, Risky. And then Sundays we have the Winging It Podcast, which both Jack and I are on as well at 7:00. That's Wingin', capital I, capital T. And then as well, the Jill podcast, the Juice is Loose podcast, that I'm on as well, which is a whole lot of fun because we kind of just yell at each other and have a good time. But yeah, other than that, yeah, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button on my fellows channels. Thank you so much for having me here. 2 times in a row. It would have been Jack's 3rd time in a row on the channel, and look forward to being on the channel again.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Thunderstash.
Okay, so I posted my video earlier today of the Adventures of Elliot. Go watch this. If you like The Legend of Zelda, you need to watch this.
Oh, sorry, you're on Elliot.
Dude,
Oh
I'm so hyped for this game after playing it. It's just so odd. I'm not usually a big demo guy, right?
Yeah.
Like, I know if I want the game and I'll play it when it comes out. But playing this demo and seeing how it plays is this is gonna be really special for Zelda fans. 2D Zelda, 3D Zelda, it doesn't matter. There's a lot, really a lot to love there. So check that out. And then I have a new Figgies video dropping tomorrow with a batch that I got in of new Figgies from some really classic IP that we talked about today. In fact, we talked about all 3 of those IPs today. So check that out. I wish. Oh, a Tyson Figgies. I'll suggest it. And then get laughed at, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. Outside of that, guys, you know what's coming. And yeah, it's gonna be nuts. Everything I think is converted. I'm gonna have to go check my laptop because I put everything over there to convert.
All my files have been sent to you.
Oh,
Should be your email.
Oh, you sent it to Gmail. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah. It's through a transfer thing. You'll see it.
Okay.
You'll see it.
Yeah,
Yep.
so we have a ton of footage to work on, a ton of videos. It's going to be really fun. I probably won't be on social media much, so I can focus on getting stuff done. I'll check in here and there for news, but that's about it. We're going to be really, really busy. It's going to be really fun, though. So get all those out, and then I'll at least check into the internet on the 5th to see how NBA 2K looks on Switch too. Like praying we get a good game. Because you guys know, I was talking about this last year with Switch 2. I was really excited to play 2K at 60 FPS on a handheld console. Just drop the resolution. Give me 60 FPS, please. I just don't know. I'm nervous.
Okay. Yeah, guys, you know what's up. We got back to added today. News videos pretty much every day. Also, lots of impression videos to make. Won't be quite as many as Stash, but there will be enough. And I'm very excited to get back to it. I haven't really done videos like this since 2019. That's how long it's been. So I'm really looking forward to getting that stuff out. I'm still debating if the first one's going to be Outlaws, even though it'll be literally out tomorrow. But with all the discourse around it and just how wrong so many people were, it's kind of like, I don't know. Like there's an ego. There's like an ego thing in there where I want to just like shove it in people's faces, but I know that's probably not the right reason to make a video, even though it feels so good.
Right.
Probably could like release something that people actually care about, like my Kirby impressions or something. But yeah, I that's what I'll be doing. Look forward to, I'm gonna spread it out a bit, so a couple of videos a day. Probably all the way up to the direct. I'll probably by that point be done with all the impression videos I plan to make. There'll be a couple other that I'll make behind the scenes that I'll just hold on to. As I said, things like the Crimson Desert. Hold on to that until it gets announced, and then I'll drop it because I don't know if anyone else is gonna have one dropping like when it's announced. That'd be sick. So yeah, stuff like that. So you gotta look forward to. There's lots of news. I'm happy to be back in the news. There's been so much news that's happened since we've been gone. And like today, we just focused on like the one direct thing, but there's been other stuff. So that we're just not going to get to on this show because now we're going to be entering a new week. It is what it is. But thank you guys for the support. Do appreciate it. You guys are awesome and amazing. We'll be back same time next week. We got special guests coming on, Hoops and Hip Hop and Super Metal Dave 64.
Hey,
nice.
So should be a nice little episode. I'm sure he's got a lot to say about Outlaws.
He's been posting on Twitter some comparison shots.
Yeah,
really good. I mean, just look at him.
Yeah. So pick him up on that, as well as obviously his hype for potentially Metroid Prime 4 being at a direct next week. So, all right, guys. See you same time next week.
Later.